It begins in 1861. I have just inherited the throne of the Netherlands. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526, Will the Anglo-Dutch-Belgian Agreement bring an impact to France? French Empire, Paris. The so-called emergency message from the Chief of the Guards in London shocked Napoleon III and Prime Minister Olivier. Especially when he saw the obvious panic on the Chief of the Guard's face, he knew that this news was definitely bad news. Napoleon III gritted his teeth and shouted, "Speak!" The Chief of the Guards clearly felt the tension of the two most powerful people in France. The Chief of the Guards, "Your Majesty, just now there was news from London that British Foreign Secretary Russell and Dutch Deputy Foreign Minister Nicholas Pearson actually reached a historic agreement." What? They actually reached an agreement? Olivier ignored the Prime Minister's impoliteness and looked at Napoleon III in disbelief. The latter was also extremely surprised, and revealed deep confusion. If the Netherlands and the United Kingdom reached an agreement, what kind of agreement would it be? Would this agreement be an agreement that mainly harmed the interests of France? You know, there are more than 200,000 French people living in Belgium. If the interests of the French are harmed, how should the French government deal with it? These are the focus of Oliver's attention. Neither of them understood why Britain would agree to the Netherlands' actions that clearly undermined Britain's interests, and finally chose to compromise. Why can the Netherlands make the British give in again? Why? Napoleon III said angrily, "Have you found out the specific agreement?" Olivier also looked at the captain of the guard curiously. The gazes of the two people put Napoleon II's captain of the guard under great pressure. The captain of the guard couldn't help but say, "According to the intelligence we have received, British Foreign Secretary Russell was very tough at the beginning and said that he would not give in, but after Nicholas Pearson of the Netherlands chose to compromise, Minister Russell also took a step back on behalf of Britain." Each taking a step back? Napoleon III stared at the captain of the guard in confusion. The captain of the guard clearly felt that Napoleon III was angry with him. So he hurriedly further said succinctly, "Britain does not agree to the demise of Belgium, so at the beginning Britain and the Netherlands had a fierce struggle, but in the end the two adopted a plan of mutual compromise." Olivier hurriedly asked, "What plan?" The captain of the guard, "The Netherlands agreed to Britain's request that Belgium cannot be destroyed, but the Netherlands' request was agreed to by Britain." The captain of the guards followed up with a clever explanation. "The Netherlands' requirement is that all Dutch-speaking provinces in the Flemish region, including West Flanders, East Flanders, and Flemish Brabant, are all incorporated into the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and the remaining capital Brussels and Walloon Brabant become the last reserve areas of the Kingdom of Belgium." In order to connect Brussels and Walloon Brabant, the Netherlands agreed to cede the territory between Flemish Brabant and Brussels and Walloon Brabant to Belgium. The words of the captain of the guard made Napoleon III and Prime Minister Oliver's faces change drastically. Belgium was preserved, but it turned out to be a veritable landlocked country in the end. Its territory is even smaller than that of the Duchy of Luxembourg in the Netherlands. In less than 10 years, Belgium only has 1/20th of its territory. "Your Majesty, the Netherlands' ambitions are too big. We have to be on guard." Olivier winked at the captain of the guards, who understood and said, "Yes, Prime Minister Olivier is right. Our intelligence shows that London is now divided into two factions. There are many people who are wary of the Netherlands' ambitions, but many of those who are trying to moderate relations with the Netherlands, such as the royal family and the Whigs, are pro-Dutch. In order to ease the tension with the royal family, Prime Minister Disraeli is obviously not really radical. Therefore, it seems that the pro-Dutch side still has the upper hand at present." Napoleon III asked in confusion, "Doesn't Queen Victoria care very much about the Leopold family's status in Belgium?" Olivier smiled bitterly and said, "This is the cleverness of the Netherlands. I have to say that the so-called concession of the Netherlands is a long-prepared step for Britain to step down with dignity. Rather than leaving Brussels and Walloon Brabant to Belgium, the Netherlands let Leopold II of Belgium become the king who truly holds autonomy. This move can be said to be the most important factor for Britain to agree." Olivier said, "In the past few years, the Dutch have been in power and controlled Belgium. Now the Netherlands has taken away the provinces where the Dutch are in the majority, and the remaining Brussels and Walloon Brabant provinces have more mixed people. In this way, A new balance has been reached between the Belgian royal family and the Dutch and French. This may be the key to Britain's agreement. Napoleon I heard what Olivier meant. The Netherlands is giving up its monopoly on Belgium in disguise in exchange for the expansion of the land area of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and Leopold I of Belgium can regain the power of the King of the Kingdom of Belgium and achieve a new balance between the Dutch and French. Olivier seemed to see Napoleon I's doubts. He sighed and said admiringly, "In the end, the Netherlands seems to have killed 3 birds with 1 stone and included us in its plan." Facing Napoleon I's confusion, he pointed out, "Because now only Brussels and Walloon-Brabant provinces are left, I estimated that the largest population is actually our French 50%, the Dutch only 30%, and the remaining Germans, British and other ethnic groups account for 20%. He looked at Napoleon I and realized it, revealing a heartbeat. Olivier exclaimed, "The Netherlands is in disguise handing over the power to have the greatest influence on the Netherlands to us. We French people have successfully become the largest ethnic group in Belgium." Napoleon I said bluntly, "I have to say that the Dutch government has played this hand too well, and I am really moved." He finally said, "Although I am not happy that the Kingdom of the Netherlands has gained such a large area of territory and population, I have to admit that the Kingdom of the Netherlands has calculated too carefully this time. It seems that only by admitting it can we be in the best interest of the country." Olivier suddenly thought of something, and he suggested, "Your Majesty, I don't think we need to rush to admit it, we can wait for it first." Seeing Napoleon I looking over, Olivier said, "Currently, the Netherlands is sanctioning France. I think we can seek concessions from the Netherlands to France on this issue." Napoleon I, "Will the Netherlands agree?" Olivier said mysteriously, "Your Majesty, don't forget that the situation in the Far East has gradually been occupied by us in Cambodia. The situation has begun to stabilize, and our current military has also proposed to make adjustments. Therefore, we can temporarily stop the actions there to confuse the eyes of the international community. After integrating those occupied territories, we will relaunch the occupation of larger lands. At present, we are taking advantage of this short window period to connect with the situation in Belgium, so that the Netherlands can make concessions and confuse the international community. I think it is time to change France's current isolated diplomatic status. That's the truth, but will the Netherlands agree?" Napoleon I asked. Olivier said confidently, "Your Majesty, don't forget that when we invaded Cambodia, the Netherlands also gained territory there." Napoleon I was stunned, and tried hard to recall. His face suddenly changed slightly. "Are you talking about Phu Quoc Island on the eastern coast of Cambodia, the former territory of the Kingdom of Siam?" "Yes, it is the Phu Quoc Island in the eastern Gulf of Thailand. The Dutch are currently building there in full swing. In the past few years, it has become a new European-style trading island. Even many of our French soldiers are engaged in some shameful property sales and gambling businesses on it. It is also a trade transit station. It is said that it undertakes the sales network of Jakarta's industrial products there." Napoleon I asked unclearly, "So what?" Olivier, "Your Majesty, if we secretly promise to recognize the Netherlands' dominant position in Phu Quoc Island, and are willing to adopt the French consumption model in Phu Quoc Island, allowing the French to purchase some clothing from the Netherlands on Phu Quoc Island, etc., I think this deal is much better for the Dutch government than symbolic sanctions." "Well, that's a good idea. Prime Minister, I'll let you handle this matter. If the Netherlands lifts sanctions, I think other countries will follow suit. This way, it's not bad for us. Moreover, Belgium was originally controlled by the Dutch. Now, as the Prime Minister said, it's not bad to increase the power in the hands of the French again." Not to mention that Napoleon I and Prime Minister Olivier in Paris were calculating France's gains and losses in the deal and in the future because of the results of the Anglo-Dutch deal in Belgium. But time went back to the scene of the Anglo-Dutch diplomatic negotiations in London. British Foreign Secretary Russell, "Britain will not allow the Netherlands to completely occupy Belgium. Our Majesty requires that the status of the Leopold family in Belgium be fully protected. On this point, we are absolutely obedient. Please do not question our ability and determination to support the Queen. Nicholas Pearson, but the interests of the Netherlands must be protected. At present, I believe that Sir Russell is also very clear about the situation in Belgium. I don't think there's anything wrong with the Netherlands in a country where more than 80% of the people are required to integrate into the big family of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Why should Britain prevent people from changing their choice of allegiance? The Tory party, to which Prime Minister Disraeli belongs, will not prevent the British people from voting for the Whig Party, to which Sir Russell belongs, and the Whig Party in power in the past few years did not do such a thing. Obviously, public opinion is still protected by Britain. I don't think Britain will ignore the public opinion of the Kingdom of Belgium on this issue. Russell, but Britain does not think it is right for the people to overthrow the rule of a king. You know, this is a dangerous precedent, and it is also an attack on His Majesty William IV, to whom you belong, isn't it? The counterattack is sharp, but Nicholas Pearson said that even Bismarck was amazed by this person, so he would naturally not be blocked by Russell's words. Chapter 527 The Netherlands never destroys a country. Buckingham Palace, London, the British Empire. Queen Victoria was calmly having a conversation with her sixth child and fourth daughter, Princess Louise. But it was not a casual chat, but a national affair. Queen Victoria asked casually, "If you marry into the Kingdom of Greece, will you prioritize the interests of Greece? Or the interests of the British Empire?" Princess Louise also seemed to answer indifferently, "In Europe, all women will prioritize the interests of their husband's family after they get married. This is a sincere loyalty. I don't think the European royal family will be an exception. On the contrary, I have looked through European history, and there is almost no queen who betrayed her own country. Therefore, I think my mother's question seems to be a criticism of history." Queen Victoria continued to ask without comment, "If your husband becomes the King of Greece in the future, will you take the initiative to guide him to promote a closer relationship with Britain?" Princess Louise smiled and said, "Britain is our motherland. Naturally, I hope that Britain and Greece will be in harmony." Queen Victoria followed. "The current King William II of the Kingdom of Greece and Crown Prince Frederick are both from the Netherlands. If there is a war between Britain and the Netherlands one day, how do you think you will choose your position between Britain and the Netherlands at that time? After all, it is possible that your king husband will choose his motherland, the Netherlands." Princess Louise was silent for a moment, then looked up and said, "I think what I can do is try my best to educate the future ruler of the Kingdom of Greece to be a pro-British person." Queen Victoria finally smiled. She said, "Yes, the Queen's existence is not to interfere in the politics of the country she is in. Her significance is to nurture the next generation and help the royal family cultivate their values. In the future, you will be a princess of Britain and a queen of Greece. This dual identity will make you destined to be the focus, so you can talk about nurturing the next generation. Obviously, you understand the use of high profile and low profile." Queen Victoria sighed and said, "When your eldest sister Victoria first married to Prussia, she didn't understand this principle, and she suffered a lot in Berlin." Princess Louise paused after hearing this. "That's because Bismarck was too strong, and he was wary of and suppressed my eldest sister Victoria's family." Queen Victoria smiled and said, "Do you really think so? Although I don't deny that hiding one's shortcomings is a good knowledge, some hiding one's shortcomings has lost the original meaning of hiding one's shortcomings." Princess Louise, "Well, I admit that I have some ideas. On the one hand, as I mentioned earlier, Bismarck's strong suppression, but more of the elder sister herself, as soon as she arrived in Berlin, promoted the benefits of British freedom in Prussia as a British princess and the Crown Princess of Prussia, which highlighted the Prussian autocracy. The rising Prussians were extremely arrogant. Victoria's actions did not successfully promote the benefits of Britain, but triggered their reverse scales. Therefore, the elder sister Victoria would naturally be generally disgusted by the Prussians led by Bismarck." Queen Victoria looked at Princess Louise with admiration, thinking that she was indeed extremely talented in politics and extremely sensitive. Among all her children, no one could match her. She changed the subject and said, "Then what do you think is the main purpose of the Kingdom of the Netherlands' move to annex Belgium?" Princess Louise was slightly stunned. She didn't understand why Queen Victoria discussed this hottest political topic in Europe with her. But she didn't have time to think about it, because she had been inspired by this topic and had some ideas that she couldn't help but say. So she pointed out, "I think that the Netherlands' move is a combination of real and feint, and its purpose is to probe Britain's bottom line. If Britain appears a little weak, the Netherlands may use this to further demand what it wants from Britain. If Britain is stronger, then the Netherlands may not back down, but will stand still and watch other countries or push other countries to continue to challenge Britain's position." Queen Victoria, "What is their purpose?" Princess Louise, "Just the status of a great power. The Netherlands needs other countries to be in chaos so that it can maintain long-term stability. Obviously, this is no different from the offshore balancer that we in Britain have been practicing for hundreds of years. Queen Victoria smiled, but did not say whether she agreed or not. What an interesting answer. The negotiation side of the British and Dutch diplomatic teams. Nicholas Pearson, Deputy Foreign Minister of the Netherlands, laughed and said, but the Dutch royal family has always been doing things that conform to public opinion. With 80% of public opinion, there is nothing wrong with the Netherlands' actions of conforming to public opinion. On the contrary, it is Britain that forces others to continue to support Belgium's current behavior. People feel that Britain seems to be coercing public opinion, which has a bad influence. British Foreign Secretary Russell said inwardly, no wonder even Bismarck admires this man. He is really difficult to deal with. But he said firmly, no matter how good your words are, Belgium will not be allowed to be destroyed. This is the bottom line of the British royal family and the British government. The tale was finally revealed, and the overall situation of this trip to London has been decided. Nicholas Pearson was secretly proud in his heart, but he said with surprise on his face, we have never thought of destroying Belgium. The Netherlands is just preparing to fulfill the public opinion of the Dutch? It's that simple. Russell's heart skipped a beat and asked, what do you mean, sir? Nicholas Pearson, the original intention of the Netherlands is not to destroy Belgium. Our Majesty has a good relationship with Leopold II. The two often communicate by telegram. I believe Minister Russell can also verify this with Leopold II. Therefore, we naturally have no intention of hurting our friends. Russell sneered, I don't think there is any intention to hurt, but there is an intention to kill. Nicholas Pearson said his original intention, after investigation by our Dutch government and the Dutch in Belgium, the final conclusion is that the several provinces occupied by the Dutch must return to the Netherlands. As a concession, we also respect the places where His Majesty Leopold II is supported. Therefore, we strongly oppose the idea of Belgium joining the Netherlands as a whole proposed by some people, because this is wrong. Our Majesty and the Prime Minister also agree with this point of view. Russell asked in a deep and uneasy voice, what does Holland want to do? Nicholas Pearson, what we mean is that Belgium does not have to be destroyed. The Netherlands can retain the existence of the Belgian royal family in the province of Walloon-Brabant and strongly support the rule of Leopold II. What? Russell's whole body was shocked, and he looked at Nicholas Pearson, whose face was extremely calm, in disbelief. The Netherlands actually had this idea, which was inconsistent with the momentum they had shown before. Could this be a negotiation strategy, first making the biggest request, and then making concessions in the name of making the opponent agree to their bottom-line requirements? Suddenly, Russell thought of the request he had just made that the Queen and the British government would not allow the Kingdom of Belgium. Nicholas Pearson's approach seemed to meet the conditions he had set. Thinking of this, his mind suddenly worked quickly, and he was calculating Britain's gains and losses at a rapid speed. Nicholas Pearson seemed to know how impactful the answer he provided was, so he was not in a hurry towards the other party, but drank the tea made from the tea leaves from India. After a long time, Russell looked at Nicholas Pearson with complicated eyes. Finally, he said helplessly, please suspend the negotiations. I will go and ask our Queen for instructions. Nicholas Pearson said kindly, please give her regards on behalf of Our Majesty William IV. Chapter 528, Textbook-like Political Calculations. 1869. While the outside world was paying attention to the outcome of the negotiations between Dutch and British diplomats in London, England, in various parts of Belgium, there were large-scale demonstrations of Dutch people against the rule of Leopold II in Brussels. They took to the streets to demand that the British and Belgian royal families support Belgium's return to the Kingdom of the Netherlands and request the Dutch government to send troops to Belgium. State after state, town after town, even on many streets, banners were put up, almost all of which condemned Britain's interference in Belgium's internal affairs, and also demanded that the Leopold family automatically withdraw from the status of the Belgian royal family. According to Dutch newspapers, the number of people participating in the demonstrations throughout Belgium exceeded 60% of Belgium's total population of 2 million, reaching 1.2 million, covering all parts of Belgium. At the same time, according to data from the European Times, in Belgium, more than 70% of people are willing to return to the Kingdom of the Netherlands, another 20% said they would maintain the status quo, and nearly 10% said they support the rule of Leopold II. Among them, The southern province of Wallonia-Brabant most wants to maintain the status quo, while Brussels is the largest source of support for Leopold II. Other Dutch-speaking regions in the north all wanted to return to the Netherlands. It was the appearance of this investigative report by the European Times that completely helped Nicholas Pearson, who was negotiating in London. With the demonstrations in various parts of Belgium, it also overwhelmed the idea of Queen Victoria and the Disraeli cabinet government to continue to support Leopold II to rule the whole of Belgium. On March 2, 1869, Nicholas Pearson, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands, and Russell, British Foreign Secretary, reached an agreement in London. Britain supported the proposal put forward by the Netherlands. Britain agreed to the Netherlands to recover the three provinces of East Flanders, West Flanders, and Flemish Brabant, while the Netherlands agreed to the existence of the Kingdom of Belgium and was willing to support the transfer of Brussels and Walloon-Brabant and the territories between them to Belgium, so that the two places would border each other. This news was reported by the pro-Whig Financial Times and the Times and the pro-Tory London Times and the Guardian in the UK. Newspapers all over the world reprinted it, which immediately shocked the world. All forces in the Kingdom of Belgium were shocked at the first time. Britain has actually reached an agreement with the Netherlands. No one thought that Britain would support the Netherlands' move. This makes people feel what the British Foreign Office wants to do. Doesn't Britain know that in this way, Britain's status as a maritime hegemon will gradually be lost? I don't understand. I really don't understand. I am also more and more impressed by the Netherlands. They have been able to make a small profit many times, and Britain has chosen to compromise every time. The Netherlands' diplomacy is so powerful. I am curious. The French Empire, which had strongly opposed it again and again, chose to remain silent after the UK announced the news. Did Napoleon I know that this was also a slap in the face for him. Yes, France is now silent compared to before. As the international community was puzzled by the agreement reached between Britain and the Netherlands, many people began to ridicule France ruled by Napoleon I in a sarcastic tone. This made many French people very aggrieved, but Napoleon II's strong rule made the French dare not speak out, which became a beautiful landscape in Paris. While people's attention was shifting to mocking France, Huntington, the Speaker of the Dutch House of Representatives who was visiting Spain, who seemed to have nothing to do with it, announced his support for the agreement reached between Britain and the Netherlands. He even stated that he was not a strong anti-British conservative. I have to say that although many people think I am anti-British, I am actually very dissatisfied with being labeled like this. What I want to say is that I am just the most serious group of people who safeguard the interests of the Netherlands. When Huntington was asked in Spain whether he would visit the area near British-ruled Gibraltar to show support for Spain's sovereignty policy, as previously stated in the newspaper Spanish Vanguard, Huntington smiled and said, "We support Spain and Britain to have a peaceful negotiation to resolve the territorial dispute between the two countries. I don't think that a war between Britain and Spain is in the interests of the three countries of Britain, the Netherlands and Spain. I think the British government and the Spanish government will not have the idea of this war, so this trip, in order to avoid becoming the fuse of the Anglo-Spanish War, I am willing to contribute to peace." Contribute what? No need to guess. You know that this is to prevent the British from provoking a war in Gibraltar out of anger, and the Spanish people will suffer. However, Huntington did not have his own position, which made people feel that Huntington's approach was beautiful. After all, in this way, he did not directly resist the British warning, avoided the re-emergence of the relationship between Britain and the Netherlands, and could keep the Spanish in a good impression of him. This operation was very straightforward and appropriate. He was worthy of being an old member of the Dutch House of Representatives for more than 30 years, and his means were very clever. It seemed that in this way, the sky that was originally covered with dark clouds over Madrid was suddenly clear. But this is just the idea of ordinary people. Only the top leaders and current affairs experts of various countries understand that the actions of the Dutch Speaker of the House of Representatives, combined with the current gains of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, all seem to be premeditated. Many people speculate that Huntington may have been following the script of Amsterdam from the beginning to now, and contributed a wonderful performance to the expansion of the Netherlands' national territory. Even Britain was forced to become a supporting role. Spain took the initiative to contribute its acting skills, and Huntington became one of the protagonists launched by the Netherlands. Many countries are very jealous of this, especially Italy, Portugal, Sweden, etc., which have a similar status to the Netherlands, and seem to be a little moved. This textbook political maneuver by the Netherlands has allowed the world to see for the first time that disputes between countries can be played out in this way. The Netherlands sent a Speaker of the House of Representatives to Spain to provoke a dispute between Britain and Spain, which worsened the conflict between Britain and Spain. The rigid public opinion of the two countries made it difficult for the two governments to retreat. The Netherlands relied on Speaker of the House Huntington to take the initiative in the diplomatic crisis and war crisis between Britain and Spain, becoming the biggest variable, which put Britain and Spain into a passive acceptance situation. The structure of the Dutch in Belgium made the protests of the Dutch instantly reduce the cost of the Netherlands to recover there, and let the international community understand that the return of most of Belgium's territory to the Netherlands is the general trend. The international community has therefore developed a great sense of recognition, and Britain also feels that its opposition seems to be useless. Therefore, the Netherlands used the situation in Belgium that was beneficial to the Kingdom of the Netherlands and used Spain to put pressure on Britain. Under the combination of many factors, Britain finally compromised. The Netherlands won back most of the area of Belgium in one fell swoop. These three provinces, together with the Antwerp province and Limburg province recovered in the last Belgian crisis, increased the territory of the Netherlands by 1/3, reaching an area of about 55,000 square kilometers. At this time, although Bismarck in Berlin looked calm on the outside, he was not calm on the inside. He raised his head and said respectfully to William I, "Your Majesty, it seems that we cannot let the Netherlands take all the credit, we must start preparing." William I's eyes were burning, and he nodded, "Yes, it's time to start preparing." No one knew what preparations they were talking about, but it was obvious that it must be a major event that would shock Europe. Chapter 529. The Dutch opposition party blocks the capital relocation. While the world is talking about the Belgian Rus, the Netherlands has once again attracted attention, but this time it is the homeland. On March 5, 1869, local time, Prime Minister Thorbecke of the Kingdom of the Netherlands announced in Amsterdam that the Netherlands would move the capital of the Netherlands from North Holland Province to William Province on the Australian continent in the Far East within 2 years. William Province is Victoria during the previous British rule. According to the Dutch Amsterdam Post on the 6th, Thorbecke said at the press conference of the Dutch cabinet government that day that after 6 years of in-depth research, the Dutch government decided to set up the new capital in Melbourne under the jurisdiction of William Province, and the capital of William Province chose Geelong, the second largest city in William Province in the northwest of Bass Strait. Prime Minister Thorbecke pointed out that he had written a letter to the House of Representatives of the Dutch Parliament to report the decision to move the capital there. At the same time, he said that he had consulted His Majesty King William IV and told him about the many benefits of moving the capital, and His Majesty approved it. At the same time, he said that his cabinet government would write a bill for the relocation of the capital, hoping that the Dutch Parliament would pass it as soon as possible. It is reported that the plan to move the capital of the Netherlands out of mainland Europe was first proposed to His Majesty William IV a few years ago, but at that time it was only proposed that Melbourne be the deputy capital of the Netherlands to manage a large amount of Dutch territory in the Far East and develop the Far East economy. Now, according to the plan, after the capital is moved to Melbourne, the status will be reversed. The old capital Amsterdam will become the deputy capital of the Kingdom of the Netherlands and will continue to exercise the function of the economic center of the Netherlands in Europe. When Thorbecke was asked why Melbourne was chosen in the Far East, Prime Minister Thorbecke gave a detailed answer at the press conference. According to the research of the Netherlands Development Planning Institute, which was formed by the capital relocation team formed by various departments of the Netherlands, the location of the new capital was determined to be Melbourne, which meets the requirements for establishing a capital, such as less earthquake disasters and weak volcanic activity. In addition, Melbourne is more conducive to security defense than Sydney because it is located in a fjord. He also reminded everyone, look at the geographical map. While Melbourne Sound contributes to economic development, the locations on both sides of the Sound can deploy powerful warships to protect Melbourne. On the two ends of the Bass Strait outside the Sound, there are Flinders Island and Cape Barren Island on the east side, and King Island on the west side of the sea outside the Sound. And on the opposite side of the Sound is Tasmania Island. Look at the locations of these 4 islands. Do they completely protect Melbourne? The capital of a country naturally needs such a safe environment. Thorbecke's vivid statement immediately made everyone agree. As far as I know, it seems that New Zealand, a British overseas territory, is located on the sea east of Melbourne. Britain has stationed a small squadron there. The relationship between the Netherlands and Britain does not seem to be very good at the moment. For the new capital of the Netherlands, as the Prime Minister just mentioned, safety is the first choice. Will security be affected and challenged? When a reporter asked this, he continued, "It is said that the Netherlands and Britain are currently competing for influence on the Malay Peninsula. If something unexpected happens there and the Anglo-Dutch relationship becomes tense, will it pose a crisis to the security of the new capital?" Thorbecke smiled and said, "If this is also considered a crisis, then Amsterdam should be more worried. After all, it is much closer to London." In a public speech in the House of Representatives on March 8, 1869, Prime Minister Thorbecke called on all present members of Parliament and officials to support the plan to move the capital to Melbourne. The new capital is not only one of the symbols of our national identity in the Kingdom of the Netherlands, but also it will reflect the achievements of our country's development, and it is also a model for our full development of overseas territories in the Far East. Thorbecke said, "The relocation of the capital is to achieve fairness and justice in the Dutch economy. We need to let the Far East develop a developed economy and security environment like the European mainland under the governance of our new capital." The Thorbecke government said that according to the timetable given by the Thorbecke government, his cabinet government will build a new capital after it is passed by the Parliament and signed by William IV. It will cost more than £100 million, 2.5 billion Dutch guilders, and plans to start the project in July in the second half of 1869, and strive to complete the relocation of the capital by the end of 1871 on the basis of Melbourne's original urban construction. The idea of moving the capital in the Netherlands has been exposed before, and even King William IV has expressed it many times, but before that, not many people thought that this would be completed in the short term. After all, compared with the Far East, the geographical location advantage of the Netherlands makes the Netherlands much better than the Far East in economic development. Therefore, the issue of moving the capital to the Far East has even caused endless debates among government officials, major political personnel, capital consortiums, and ordinary people in the Netherlands. The pros and cons have been listed one by one. Not only the Netherlands, but also other countries such as Britain and France have joined the discussion on the pros and cons of the Netherlands moving its capital to the Far East. Among them, many people in Portugal even cited the example of Portugal's failure to move its capital to Brazil as the most sensational, and the most similar to the Dutch example. In some aspects, Portugal's move to Brazil is more advantageous. After all, both are in the Atlantic Ocean, while the Netherlands' move to Brazil is separated by Africa and the Middle East in the east and America in the west. This means that after the Netherlands moves its capital, it will cost more to connect with the mainland. After all, the two places are too far apart. In fact, the Netherlands' decision to move its capital is not surprising. William I of the Netherlands, William IV's great-grandfather, had proposed to move the capital to Jakarta in the Dutch East Indies 50 years ago in 1820, in order to expand the Dutch Far East's influence while preventing the Netherlands from being bullied by powerful countries such as Britain, France, Prussia, Austria, Switzerland and Russia in Europe. William I's idea was that the Dutch East Indies was vast, with no major powers around it, and it could even expand to the Malay Peninsula and Burma, the Kingdom of Siam, now Thailand, Cambodia, and Laos, and North and South Vietnam, which had not yet been occupied by Britain. But in the end, it was blocked by the influence of Britain and the local forces of the Netherlands, and it came to nothing. After that, William II, William IV's grandfather, and William III, William IV's father, now the King of Greece, each king considered moving the capital, but it had never been put on the schedule like now. Because of this, many ordinary people in the world, including the Dutch, still had doubts. Why did William IV change the capital from a paper talk of the previous three kings to a real move? Only some people understand that the main reason is of course Amsterdam itself. Amsterdam's security environment matches the chaotic 19th century turbulent situation in Europe. The depth of the Dutch mainland where Amsterdam is located is too narrow, which makes William IV and the Thorbecke government, including the Dutch high-level officials, have no confidence in Amsterdam's security index. It is almost in serious danger to the point of hopelessness under the bombardment of warships of major powers such as Britain and France. However, there will always be conflicts of interest in large projects. Some people are happy and some are disappointed. After 8 years, the ruling liberals have fed the consortiums and stakeholders who support them. The most famous one among them is the Dutch Far East Weapons Company, which has risen up with the support of the Liberals in recent years and is headquartered in Adelaide, Southern Australia. The relatively old Dutch East India Company in the Netherlands comes from the conservative Christian sect, is headquartered in the mainland, and the main production of weapons is located on the island of New Guinea. It can be said that in the 8 years of the Liberals, a new Dutch East India Company has almost been created. Although there is still some gap at present, it does not prevent the company from making rapid progress. It is precisely because of this that many Christians in the opposition are actually opposed to the relocation of the capital. On March 15, 1869, after Dutch Prime Minister Thorbecke formally proposed to the Dutch Parliament to move the capital out of Amsterdam, which is small in size and under severe geopolitical pressure, and to Melbourne, the conservative Christians in the Dutch opposition said, "We will support the proposal of the Liberal Prime Minister Thorbecke, but only after we can have more contact with Prime Minister Thorbecke. We do not think that the relocation of the capital in the Netherlands needs a definite timetable, because it is easy to make mistakes. Instead, we hope to expand supervision." Julius von Leeuwen, the leader of the Liberal Party, said, "While the Christians are ready to support it, they will also supervise the relocation of the capital by the Liberal government as an opposition party." Many people secretly ridiculed it, especially the Liberals, because Christianity was just a way to ask for benefits. However, William IV became interested. The Liberals have been in power for 8 years. Prime Minister Thorbecke's term will expire at the end of this year. According to the Dutch constitution, the Prime Minister can only be re-elected for 1 term. If he wants to continue to serve as Prime Minister, he must wait for 1 term before he can run for election. Previously, with the support of Your Majesty, Prime Minister Thorbecke's strength made the Christians helpless. Now it seems that the Liberals can only change their candidates. They have aimed at the opportunity and are ready to compete with the Liberals. Bill Charley, the director of Royal Netherlands Intelligence, was speaking, and next to him was Mackay Sean, the director of Dutch International Intelligence. William IV frowned and said, "The Christians are currently short of talent and are somewhat unsuitable for governing. Moreover, the Dutch East India Company still has an advantage. For the Dutch Far East Weapons Group, it is still a goal that is difficult to surpass in a short period of time. Therefore, it is necessary to suppress the Christians and cultivate the Far East Weapons Company, so as to achieve a balance." He said to Mackay Sean, "By the way, Leopold II of Belgium has not yet stated whether he will comply with the Dutch-British agreement. Tell me about his recent situation." William IV was a man who planned before he acted. He was also a man who had been enlightened by various intelligence agencies and special forces in later generations. Therefore, he was more familiar with the American Empire and had seen the Black Empire countless times. Therefore, he dared to say that the intelligence of various countries in the world was second to none. The Netherlands currently has many spies and intelligence personnel in various countries around the world. It can be said that the most important reason for the development of the Netherlands in recent years is not only its familiarity with history, but also the role of intelligence. Mastering intelligence and the trends of various countries is the key to the success of the Netherlands. Don't read by heart, because the ancient Westerners were as smart as the ancient Easterners. Look at Metternich of Austria, Palmerston of Britain, and Bismarck of Prussia. Which one is not strong in adaptability? Your plan to unfold according to the script may not be discovered at the beginning. After it is discovered, your means have been guessed by others. What advantages do you have? Mackay Sean, we contacted France before, but in the end, it seemed that Napoleon III was indifferent. By the way, it seems that Paris is preparing to form a delegation to visit Amsterdam. William IV was stunned at first, then said with a smile, "It's smart to see that you can blackmail them." Bill Charley and Mackay Sean realized it and smiled bitterly. Chapter 530, Ordinary Melbourne. 1869, William IV was again invited by the European Times ace reporter Haig for an interview, the theme of which was moving the capital to Melbourne. Reporter Haig, "Thank you very much, His Majesty William IV, for accepting our newspaper's invitation for an interview again. William IV, I like freedom of speech, so I am willing to accept the interview." Reporter Haig, in recent weeks, the world has been discussing more and more topics about the Netherlands. The hotly debated return of the 3 northern provinces of Belgium to Dutch rule has made the world sigh that the Netherlands has become strong again. Not long ago, Prime Minister Thorbecke announced that the capital of the Netherlands would be moved from Amsterdam to Melbourne in the south of the Australian continent in the Far East, which surprised the whole of Europe and even the world. In this regard, this newspaper hopes to answer the questions for many people in the Netherlands, Europe and the world in this interview. Your Majesty, many people don't understand why the Netherlands left the most advanced European technology in their homeland, and chose to run to the Far East far away from the source of technology in Europe. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? William IV, everything has its own laws of growth and death. Many people think that the Netherlands should not sanction France for the Kingdom of Siam, but the truth is that it did happen. Many people also think that the United States should not be divided, but it still happened, and the Southern Confederacy of the United States is still fighting internally. The Kingdom of Siam is the first Far Eastern country to establish diplomatic relations with European countries, and it is also the country that most actively sends diplomatic envoys to European countries. It should be respected by European countries, but as the second largest country in Europe, France led by Napoleon III has set a precedent of crime and destroyed the Kingdom of Siam's sincere heart of worshipping Europe. This has caused many people in the Kingdom of Siam to damage the good European image of the locals. This happened. All of this should not have happened, but this is only the perspective of some of us, but there are still some people who support it. Therefore, there is no certain standard for everything, just look at how many people accept it. I am in favor of moving the capital to Melbourne, which can be seen from my previous statements on this, because from my perspective, this is positive and positive. Reporter Haig, Port Phillip, Melbourne was discovered during a series of voyages. After the settlement in 1796, the British Matthew Flinders and George Bass took a small open boat to explore some coastlines southeast of Sydney, and the Bass Strait in the south of Melbourne was discovered. What is Your Majesty's Melbourne like? William IV said, this is a government matter. I am very interested in the development of Melbourne City. I have studied the urban space changes of Melbourne, an Australian mainland immigrant city, from the perspective of Australian mainland town immigrants, mainly based on the early Dutch immigrant Ralph Ballwood's Melbourne Memoirs and Fergus Hume's The Secret of the Two-Wheeled Carriage. Starting from the early 19th century, the immigration development of Australian port cities during the British rule was mainly in several stages. The first was maritime exploration and secret convicts. The second was to attract immigrants and the initial construction period. The third was a period of rapid immigration and urban expansion. Reporter Haig, can you be more specific? William IV, Dutch Ralph Ballwood settled in Sydney in 1831, then moved to Melbourne in 1839. He bought land near Port Fairy in 1843. After the Netherlands gained sovereignty there in 1863, he gave up the pasture and turned to gold mining. He became the Dutch gold mine inspector in the local city. This is the change of humanities. In terms of development, the British established several strongholds along the coast of Australia in the early days of colonialism and built them into ports. Melbourne was established in the lower reaches of the Yarra River in 1835. The gold rush caused by 1851 to 1860 caused a large number of immigrants to pour into Melbourne. After becoming a Dutch city in 1863, it is currently the second largest city on the Australian continent after Sydney, and the third largest city in the Dutch Far East after Jakarta and Sydney. Reporter Haig, what is Melbourne's urban planning like? William IV, the British in early Melbourne believed that planning was deeply reflected in Melbourne. The Melbourne city area developed in 1835 was arranged in a grid-like shape. The streets were like drawn with a ruler, wide and straight. Haig, what about now? William IV, in the newly built urban areas and towns, the streets are as wide and straight as the actors described them, drawn with a ruler. At the same time, Melbourne's strong financial department has provided sufficient funds to clear the remaining tree stumps on the streets of Melbourne every day. Haig, even the tree stumps are cleared. It seems that the Dutch government and the Melbourne government have made a lot of efforts to develop Melbourne. Your Majesty, do you think it is necessary to move the capital here? William IV, I can't answer you, because the answer lies in the future. The busy Dutch immigrants and the local government have worked hard to build Melbourne. After many experiences in opening up new territories, the relevant departments of the Dutch government have concluded that this new Dutch land beyond 36 degrees south latitude will not be hit by drought like New South Wales. And the facts have proved that such disasters have not occurred to a large extent in recent years. For the western part of William Province, this judgment is very correct. There is no drought disaster, and there has been no earthquake for decades. In addition, the naturally formed safe environment there, urban development is booming, and the Dutch are building their new homes there more and more every day. I don't know if it is worth it, but I think it's okay as long as the Dutch immigrants think it is right. Reporter Haig, how will Melbourne develop in the future? William IV, Melbourne has only 35 years of urban history from 1835 to now, which is new compared to the ancient cities in Europe that are often hundreds of years old. Therefore, even now it is still in the early stages of urban development. In the early days, there were settlements of several hundred people along the Yarra River and Port Phillip. Now more than 30 years have passed, especially since 7 years ago, it has become the second largest city for Dutch immigrants after Sydney. In just 7 years, it has more than 700,000 people, and its population even exceeds that of Rotterdam, the second largest city in the Netherlands, and is catching up with Amsterdam. At present, the spatial form of the urban center on the south bank of the Yarra River has taken shape. Hague, with the Netherlands moving its capital there, will the city inevitably expand further? William IV, yes, the current urban construction follows the example of the Netherlands and other European countries. Collins Street is to southern cities what Bond Street is to Amsterdam, and those boulevards can also be compared with romantic Paris. Hague, can you tell me about the street? It is said that Your Majesty has been there. William IV, of course you can. If you walk towards Collins Street and arrive at the Melbourne Club Carriage Park, the carriage will take you to Copland Street, and then quickly drive along Wellington Square. The carriage will drive to Bleat Street, to Fitzroy, to Nicholl Street, then to Evelyn Street, Copland Street, until your carriage stops at the corner of Collins Street and disappears into the Treasury Gardens. Chapter 531 50-Year Peace Agreement. William IV's statement in an interview with the European Times made people feel that the royal family supported the relocation of the capital proposed by the ruling Liberals. Influenced by this, Julius von Leeuwen, the leader of the Liberals, changed his tone and expressed his full support for the relocation of the capital. On February 25, 1869, the Dutch House of Representatives passed a bill proposed by Prime Minister Thorbecke to move the capital from Amsterdam to Melbourne on the Australian continent. On March 1, 1869, the Dutch Senate passed the bill. On March 2, Prime Minister Thorbecke signed and sent it to King William IV of the Netherlands, and it came into effect on the same day when William IV signed it. With the signature of William IV, an internal political issue that the international community thought would cause endless turmoil in the Netherlands was hastily ended. This surprised everyone, just like a full-strength punch, but found that it was just hitting the air. The Netherlands' clean and neat style of doing things shocked European countries. On March 5, 1869, the French Empire sent a diplomatic team headed by Foreign Minister Edmond Drouin de Roux, who really existed, to visit Amsterdam. The news shocked the world. Since France launched a war of aggression against the Kingdom of Siam on November 19, 1866, and the Netherlands launched the International Hague Court to sanction France in the name of humanitarianism, the two countries have had almost no contact between high-level officials. It was the first time that a ministerial-level official appeared. Moreover, this visit was reached without any news from the whole world. No one would think that French Foreign Minister Edmond Drouin de Roux went there on his own. After all, without the consent of the Netherlands, even the border was difficult to enter. Obviously, this time, the Netherlands was finally willing to start a high-level dialogue with France after 2.5 years. The visit of French Foreign Minister Edmond Drouin de Roux to the Netherlands made the surrounding countries concerned, especially Bismarck and others in Prussia. The Dutch high-level officials were familiar with Prussia's future plans. They were worried that the Netherlands would leak them to Paris. Even Bismarck's heart of steel began to beat wildly. He secretly decided that if he found that the Netherlands leaked even a little bit and Prussia had to give up its actions against France, he would definitely arrange actions against the Netherlands in an attempt to vent his anger. However, he and other Prussian high-level officials were soon reassured. On March 10, 1869, Dutch Foreign Minister Husbert van and French Foreign Minister Edmond Drouin de Roux held a closed-door meeting. After that, the two held a public press conference and jointly issued a message that at the request of the Netherlands, the French Empire agreed to the Dutch proposal. Edmond Drouin de Roux said, "France agrees with the Dutch point of view. We agree to a ceasefire in the Far East. The ceasefire border is from Kamal-Atman City in the southwest of Cambodia to Purset City and Buang Men City in the north, and the entire eastern Laos to Mount Salol, the border between North Vietnam and Laos. If the Kingdom of Siam is willing to negotiate a ceasefire, we are willing to negotiate on this. When a reporter asked about the location of the negotiations, the French foreign minister looked at Husband Van and said meaningfully that he was willing to hold the negotiations on Phu Quoc Island, a Dutch territory on the southern coast of Cambodia occupied by France near Cambodia. Many people present were unclear about the location of Phu Quoc Island, but some were familiar with it. So with the explanation of those familiar people, they learned that the eastern part of this Dutch Phu Quoc Island was actually the French colony of South Vietnam, the northern part was Kampot and Sihanoukville currently occupied by France, and the southern part was the Gulf of Siam, Gulf of Thailand. France chose to hold the negotiations here. It seems that it came prepared. Husband Van seemed not to hear this slightly threatening meaning, and smiled. Yes, Phu Quoc Island is the northernmost territory of the Netherlands in the Asian zone of the Pacific region. The Netherlands purchased it from the Kingdom of Siam in the past. The procedures are legal. We have legitimate reasons to carry out various legal ruling policies there. Therefore, we oppose countries to carry out illegal actions, because this will trigger other countries in the world to follow suit. In this way, the international community will be in chaos. The Netherlands is a law-abiding country. The governance of our country is to have laws to follow and act according to rules. Therefore, the Netherlands established the International Hague Court in order to lead the world into a legally handled bilateral relationship to prevent the expansion of contradictions and war. Based on this, we chose to hold negotiations on Phu Quoc Island in the Netherlands. For this reason, we suggested establishing a branch of the International Hague Court on Phu Quoc Island towards the original intention of the establishment of the Hague National Court organization to be carried forward in the Far East. Of course, I also thank the French Empire and the Kingdom of Siam for their cooperation. Fight back. This is what everyone is thinking at the moment. French Foreign Minister Edmond used the fact that the negotiation island of Phu Quoc is close to French colonies and occupied territories to show his home advantage under intimidation, while Husband Van emphasized that Phu Quoc Island has become a branch of the International Hague Court. Many people know that France is currently striving to cancel the sanctions of the International Hague Court. Husband Van's emphasis made everyone couldn't help but praise it, because if France wants to cancel the sanctions, it is impossible to attack a branch of the organization, right? The reporters were able to think of this, and Edmond Drouin-Delou, as the French foreign minister, naturally realized Husband Van's intention. Although he didn't want his threat to be ineffective, he had to admit that the counterattack hit the point. So in order to prevent being kidnapped by this issue and destroying his original intention of coming to the Netherlands this time, he was eager to change the subject and winked at a reporter from Le Figaro. So the reporter of the newspaper asked, Foreign Minister Edmond, as the French minister with the highest power in charge of foreign affairs, what do you think of the current agreement between the Netherlands and the United Kingdom regarding Belgium? Sure enough, as this question was raised, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. This question was actually what everyone wanted to ask. Many people originally wanted to ask it later, but now it was Le Figaro that took the lead. But it didn't matter, the answer was the same no matter who asked it, as long as the answer came out. Therefore, everyone stared at the French foreign minister who was being asked the question, trying to get France's attitude towards the disposal of Belgium and the Anglo-Dutch agreement. Husband Van looked at the reporter who asked the question meaningfully, and secretly took note of the French way of playing this time. It must be said that the French are still very good at playing. They actually prepared a response plan for emergencies at the press conference early. This is worthy of learning from the Netherlands. He even plans to use this as a debate topic in the Netherlands Diplomatic Academy course in a few days to promote the nutrients of the flowers in the talent pool of the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Edmond Drouin-Delou, to be honest, the French Empire does not want to see Belgium disappear. Edmond Drouin-Delou's words almost made everyone present gasp for air. He was delighted to see this, and was obviously happy that he had grasped the changes in these people's emotions. However, he knew that too much is as bad as too little. Didn't he see that many people in the Dutch newspapers looked unhappy? So he followed. It is precisely because of this that when France received the news, it actually wanted to stand up and oppose it, but seeing Husband Van's calm smile listening to him, Edmond Drouin-Delou seemed to realize that he was a bit like a performer on the stage of a drama. The audience could only be the director. He suddenly felt as if he had been spoiled and was a little annoyed. Who told him to have a secret meeting with others just now? He had to continue his performance and said, but after we went through the right route, Belgium was not destroyed, but its territory was reduced. After careful consideration, Our Great Majesty Napoleon III finally, mobilizing his emotions again, he said in a loud voice, "We support the agreement reached between Britain and the Netherlands." This trip to the Netherlands is also carried out with France's unwillingness to see the Dutch and Belgians suffer. In the next stop in Belgium, we will tell His Majesty Leopold II of the Netherlands' ideas in Brussels. Hespert van looked at Edmund Drouin de Loo with gratitude and said, "Belgium and France are the neighbors of the Netherlands. We are willing to continue to be on good terms with the two countries and do not want to see any war." For this reason, the Netherlands made many concessions when negotiating with Britain. Edmund Drouin de Loo secretly said, "I don't believe you." Hespert van said shockingly, "If Leopold II accepts, we are willing to reach a peace agreement with Belgium." The reporter of New Rotterdam News asked, "Can I know the content of the agreement?" Hespert van nodded and said, "Of course, we are ready to sign a 50-year non-aggression agreement with Belgium in this peace agreement and not allow hostile forces to use their own territory to endanger the sovereignty of the Netherlands or Belgium." It actually reached half a century, 50 years. Even Edmund Drouin de Loo was shocked by the length of time. You know, it has only been 50 years since the Netherlands was restored again, and Napoleon I also failed in the war 50 years ago. Even 65 years ago, France still had this large territory in North America. France sold the Louisiana region to the United States of America. The peace agreement given by the Netherlands and Belgium is definitely a huge gift for the Kingdom of Belgium, which has been in turmoil recently and has domestic instability. He doesn't even have to think about it. Leopold II will definitely agree. Because East Flanders, West Flanders, and Flemish Brabant were not ruled by Leopold II. They were Dutch territories. Now that they have returned to the Netherlands, they can actually reduce the pressure on Leopold II. Edmund Drouin de Loo also thought that the Netherlands might even be able to use this to stabilize Leopold II and ease the relationship between the Dutch and him. After that, the two sides turned their guns and aimed at the French, who had an advantage in Walloon-Brabant. In this way, it seems that the two sides can still suppress the French or at least maintain a balance. Thinking of this, the French foreign minister's heart began to sink. Chapter 532 Meeting with Leopold II. French Foreign Minister Edmund Drouin de Loo's visit to Amsterdam attracted the attention of the world. After a closed-door meeting with Dutch Foreign Minister Hespert van, he expressed his support for the agreement between the Netherlands and the United Kingdom, which surprised the world. As one of the parties involved, it caused a lot of joy and scolding in Brussels. Former Belgian Prime Minister and current leader of the opposition Catholic Party Valvete Fer Orban recently criticized the Anglo-Dutch agreement as invalid, and Belgium would not agree to this agreement. Belgium is a country with autonomy. I do not support Britain making decisions on our behalf. I will oppose the Netherlands' robbing of Belgian territory. The Catholic Party is committed to defending Belgian territory and is loyal to the royal family. I call on the great Belgian people to join me in opposing the practice of national sovereignty being hollowed out. However, although Orban shouted fiercely, there were few responses, and even people in his own party chose to remain silent because of concerns about Britain, France and other countries. At this time, who didn't know that Belgium was doomed? On March 13, 1869, Leopold II convened a meeting of four powerful people of Dutch descent in the Belgian cabinet government, the Senate and the Supreme Court of the House of Representatives, including Belgian Prime Minister Jules Stanneden, Senate President Marie-Philippe, House Speaker Joseph Beit, and Supreme Court President Hester. In addition to them, Leopold II also summoned senior officials from East Flanders, West Flanders, and Flemish Brabant as well as local parliament speakers to hold a national affairs meeting. In the end, with an overwhelming advantage, the three provinces chose to return to the Netherlands. Leopold II finally had to accept this fact and held a press conference on March 15, 1869, stating that the royal family did not oppose the province's stay or departure. I only hope that the Dutch people in these three provinces can get better development in the Netherlands, at least more happily than when they were in Belgium. Leopold II's statement of maintaining the royal gentlemanly demeanor makes people feel like spring breeze. He also felt sympathy for the Belgian king who had been repeatedly slaughtered by the surrounding powers. On March 20, 1869, William IV and Leopold II officially met in Antwerp, which had returned to the Netherlands earlier. Leopold II was born in 1835. He inherited the position of King of Belgium after the death of King Leopold I in 1865. He was just 30 years old at the time. He was also the first native-born Belgian king. His rule was considered relatively successful. He adopted a concession policy towards the workers' movement and allowed trade unions to exist legally, thus easing the class contradictions in the country. This time, accompanying William IV to visit Antwerp province was Venus, the chief deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. At the same time, he was accompanied by other chief deputy ministers of the cabinet government and deputies of various military departments. On the way to the meeting with King Leopold II of Belgium, Venus was riding a horse and explaining information about Leopold II outside William IV's carriage. Venus paused. Unfortunately, with the rapid rise of the Netherlands in recent years, Belgium's space has been drastically compressed, turning this buffer state between several major powers into a battlefield, and eventually becoming riddled with holes. Belgium's current buffer state status has lost its function. William IV's voice came from the carriage and asked, in other words, Britain, France and other countries have confirmed that Belgium has lost its status. Can the Netherlands take some further measures to gain more benefits? Venus, yes, in principle, that's what I say, but Queen Victoria may hope that we won't go too far. After he finished speaking, no more voices came from the carriage. Seeing this, Venus could only ride a horse and follow the luxurious royal carriage to the Antwerp City Council, where the talks were held. When William IV arrived there, Leopold II was already waiting there. William IV looked at Leopold II, who was waiting for him at the door of the city council in the distance. Looking at the big beard and the big back hair, William IV disliked him in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. This was the dress of almost all aristocrats in Europe. Looking at himself and then at Leopold II, both of them were wearing royal military uniforms. It seemed that only military uniforms were most suitable for this occasion. William IV stepped forward and gave him a hug, and said with a smile, "Your Majesty seems to be a little unaccustomed to hugs, and your body is a little stiff." Leopold II laughed when he heard this. "Your Majesty is joking. I just feel that after so many years, Your Majesty is still so easygoing, which makes people surprised." "Really?" William IV pursed his lips and said, "It's just that I ate too much during this period, and I relaxed my lazy heart a little. Please don't mind." "Eating too much?" Many Belgians changed their faces drastically. There was something behind this. Looking at William IV's smiling face, Leopold II's face changed slightly, and he secretly cursed the other party's villain for being complacent. He understood that the other side was strong and he was weak, and that countries like Britain and France had compromised. What else could he do? So he forced a smile and said, "That's right. It's easy to feel listless when you're full. Unfortunately, I want to eat too, but I don't have the chance at the moment." "How can there be no chance?" William IV was no longer as lazy as he had just said. He stared at Leopold II with a murderous look and tempted him. "If you follow the Dutch, I think your chances will be great." After that, he ignored Leopold II's changed expression, and said with a smile as he walked, "Let's go to the local council of Antwerp province in the Netherlands for the purpose of today's meeting." Orban said dissatisfiedly, "That's too much? William IV doesn't take us seriously." The only person Leopold II brought this time was Orban, the leader of the opposition Catholic Party. After Orban lost to Jules Stanaden in his re-election a few years ago, he turned to seek to continue his political career. He was actually elected mayor of the capital Brussels in 1867. He can be said to have maintained this position in Belgium. Of course, people of French and British descent contributed a lot here, and the Germans also supported the Dutch in order to prevent them from becoming too powerful. The reason why he was the only one brought along this time and not the others was naturally because Indentang and others had clearly supported the return to the Netherlands. Under such circumstances, Leopold II no longer had any meaning to bribe them, but instead used Albin to better consolidate his royal status. With the three provinces taken away by the Netherlands, Belgium's national strength had weakened to the extreme, and even in terms of territorial area, it was even worse than the Duchy of Nassau and the Duchy of Luxembourg under the Netherlands. In less than 5 years, the area that could have competed with the Netherlands had fallen to this point. Leopold II would be in a very heavy mood. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533, The Cunning King of Colonial Imperialism. The meeting between King William IV of the Netherlands and King Leopold II of Belgium in Antwerp province attracted the attention of European countries, especially Britain, France and Belgium. As usual, Belgium began to seek independence in 1830, 40 years ago. After struggling for 9 years, the Netherlands was forced to recognize Belgium as an independent country in 1839. Now it seems that Belgium has returned to the embrace of the Netherlands in 2 generations, which makes people sigh. The 2 kings in Antwerp province just fought once, and Leopold II was at a disadvantage. It must be strong. Leopold II waved to Orban and said, "Let's go, there's still a tough battle inside." Orban just complained. As the Prime Minister of Belgium before 1862, he naturally knew that the situation he and Leopold II were facing was very dangerous. The 2 followed into the venue of the Belgian local parliament, which was now the Dutch parliament. Unlike the Belgian period, the place is now decorated with tulips, the national flower of the Netherlands. Orban whispered, "Why is it necessary to place the national flower of the Netherlands so prominently? I'm afraid that people don't know that it was ceded from Belgium to the Netherlands." Leopold II was naturally in a bad mood when he heard this. So he sat down at the designated seat of the organizer with a heavy heart. Fortunately, there was no deliberate show-off this time. William IV and Leopold II were arranged to face a table side by side, and the others were divided into 2 rows and sat on each side. After William IV and the Belgian group sat down, he first took a sip of the tea served by the attendant, waved to Leopold II, and signaled him to drink tea first. The latter was used to it at this time, and seriously followed the host's practice and drank the cup of tea, but anyone who knew tea here would understand that it was just drinking like a cow, and it was obvious that he was not calm in his heart. William IV didn't believe that the other party didn't know tea, and it was obviously just absent-minded. William IV asked, "Your Majesty Leopold II, what do you think of the province of Antwerp now?" Leopold II, it is said that with a capital investment of Rotterdam, the grain of the province of Antwerp is currently flowing through them to Sweden in Northern Europe, earning a considerable income. William IV nodded, "Yes, the grain production in the province of Antwerp has increased significantly due to the low-lying plains. I have designated it as the granary to supply Sweden. Your Majesty should know that Sweden is freezing cold and grain is the most important treasure." Leopold II thought secretly, no wonder Sweden follows the Netherlands so wholeheartedly. The grain of the province of Antwerp can indeed solve the hunger problem of at least hundreds of Swedes. If it were me, I would choose to ally with the Netherlands like Charles XV. He subconsciously said, "What if France also provides Sweden with a stable food channel like this?" William IV smiled and said, "Does Leopold II think France has a stable channel? Don't forget, Britain will not let France do this, and Prussia is also opposed to it." Leopold II understood what he said. Yes, how could Britain let France get involved in Northern Europe, and Prussia would not do that even more? After all, if they were in the south and the north, Prussia on land would be more uncomfortable than Britain. Leopold II said with a routine fake smile, "It seems that your Majesty has calculated the attitudes of various countries." It seems that he was influenced by Orban. He couldn't bear to see William IV being proud, so he seemed calm but actually tried to test. The Netherlands' influence in North America is getting bigger and bigger. I wonder if Britain will be worried about the Netherlands because of this? After all, with the exposure of the naval tonnage of the Dutch territories in the Far East, the Netherlands has a naval strength that is almost comparable to that of Britain. I don't think the British Empire will be assured because of this. You know, my cousin Queen Victoria will not easily give up Britain's international hegemony. What a kind reminder. William IV naturally did not think that the other party's reminder came from good intentions. In fact, it was a mockery. The Netherlands had not yet reached the point where Britain needed to take it seriously. To put it simply, it was not qualified. William IV was not angry. He looked at the excited light of Orban next to him and smiled. The Netherlands does not need others' recognition. Don't forget that this is our style of doing things. Because of this, the territory of the Netherlands is currently expanding rather than shrinking. Venus secretly gave Her Majesty a thumbs up. The rebuttals were all back and forth. Leopold II seemed to have finally understood that it was boring to argue with William IV, not to mention that it was when he was weak. So he said helplessly, "I think Your Majesty is also clear about the purpose of my visit this time. The Belgian royal family is willing to support the Anglo-Dutch agreement. Moreover, I am also willing to support the 50-year Dutch proportion as a peace agreement, but Belgium needs the help of the Netherlands, actually a concession. If your Majesty agrees, we are willing to sign the territorial transfer of the Anglo-Dutch agreement. William Ivey asked curiously, what help? Negotiations are always a matter of advances and retreats. The Netherlands now has a good advantage, but Belgium's independence is the bottom line of the United Kingdom. I think the same is true for France. Leopold I obviously understood this, so at this time, knowing that the general trend cannot be violated, it is understandable that he chose to seek to change the small situation. Leopold I said seriously, Belgium wants to buy a piece of territory at the mouth of the Congo River in the Netherlands. Well, it is the north side of the Congo River. If it succeeds, we will name it Congo-Kinshasa. I wonder, Your Majesty. Impossible, William Ivey said with a sharp look. Don't think about it there, be careful to trigger the Dutch-Belgian War. Leopold I was shocked and looked at William Ivey in disbelief. It's just a colony. Is it necessary to be so excited? Your Majesty, Africa is so remote and doesn't seem to have much value to the Netherlands. I think it's better to transfer it to us. Even if we don't have the entire Congo region, we only need the northern part of the Congo River. For this, we are willing to offer £1 million. £1 million can already build a small fleet. You know, the most advanced steam-class battleship now costs only £200,000. Of course, with maintenance, it will at least increase by 50%, but it is enough to buy 3 ships. Of course, due to scarcity, it is another matter if you can't buy it. But it can also explain the purchasing power of £1 million. He didn't understand why William Ivey would refuse. Orban also looked at William Ivey in confusion. He believed that only he and Leopold I understood the value of Congo. The Netherlands probably didn't know that there was an undeveloped treasure. It was already difficult for Belgium to expand, so he and Leopold I had decided to start from overseas. They originally wanted to gain sympathy for Belgium's loss of territory and seek to buy Congo from William Ivey of the Netherlands. In this way, Belgium was resurrected successfully, but now they saw that William Ivey was firmly opposed. This was different from the script they had prepared. What went wrong? The two looked at each other and were stunned for a while. William Ivey sneered in his heart. These two guys who were pretending to be grandsons, do you really think I don't know what you think? Leopold I's gains and losses in governing Belgium are not to be mentioned for the time being. This is not what he is famous for. He is famous because he is a great colonial imperialist. In his previous life, he was called the King of Colonialism. In 1876, this man organized the International African Association. In the name of exploring and developing Africa, he occupied a large area of Congo in his personal name and called it a Congo Free State. On April 30, 1885, the Belgian Parliament officially granted him the title of Monarch of the Congo Free State. His cruel exploitation, oppression and massacre of the local indigenous people were condemned by the world's public opinion. He was ridiculed by the Lebanese as a businessman, financial negotiator and female businessman. In 1908, Congo was transferred to the jurisdiction of the Belgian government and became a Belgian colony, namely Belgian Congo. William Ivey narrowed his eyes slightly. Leopold I was cunning. He knew that Belgium's strength could not match that of Britain, France and other countries. It was too obvious to openly send an expeditionary force to Central Africa. So he extended his clause of aggression to the heart of Africa, Congo, under the guise of scientific investigation, abolition of slavery and other humanitarianism. Facing this loser who seemed unable to resist the Dutch occupation of Belgian territory, if William Ivey took it lightly, the final fate of Goujon sleeping on straw and hiding his courage would become what happened to the Netherlands in the future. William Ivey would naturally not give Belgium this opportunity to turn over. Leopold I did not expect William Ivey to be so directly opposed. This trip to Antwerp province seemed to be meaningless. Suddenly, William Ivey had an idea. However, Congo will not be sold, but there is one place I am willing to negotiate. As if seeing hope in despair, Leopold I's eyes lit up, looking at William Ivey's half-smile with hope. Leopold I was a little afraid to look at him directly, but couldn't help asking, where's it? William Ivey, Gabon? Where is it? Leopold I immediately looked at Orban. Orban asked in confusion, is Your Majesty William Ivey mistaken? Gabon seems to be a colony of the French Empire now, right? I know. William Ivey saw the unnatural expressions of the two and smiled. I'll find an opportunity to be the middleman and go to Paris to talk. I think this can be done. Leopold I heard this and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. William Ivy acted wildly and didn't play by the rules at all, which made them very passive. However, William Ivy promised to seek France's help in negotiating, which made them unable to find excuses. Although it was a pity that they did not get Congo, which they had coveted for a long time, it would be nice if they could get Gabon, which has excellent ports in France. But would the French agree? They had no confidence at all. The meeting between the two ended hastily with this promise. On the evening of March 20, 1869, with a transmission of telegrams, all European countries received the agreement reached by the two kings of the Netherlands and Belgium. Belgium recognized that the three provinces of East Flanders, West Flanders and Flemish Brabant belonged to the territory of the Netherlands. Here recognized Brussels and Walloon Brabant as the final territory of Belgium, and as negotiated with the United Kingdom, the Netherlands was willing to let the territory between Brussels and Walloon Brabant become Belgian territory. The two countries reached an agreement on trade liberalization, and would not restrict the entry of each other's products into their own territory and would not impose tariffs. Belgium announced that it would maintain permanent neutrality in the European situation from today, and the Netherlands announced that it recognized Belgium's neutrality. At this point, the dispute between the Netherlands and Belgium came to an end. Chapter 534 The leader of the global liberal forces? How did the king of a small European country become the leader of liberal forces in Europe and America? On March 25, 1869, an article from the Financial Times of the British Empire, written by Edward Smith Stanley, the former leader of the Tory party and the political patron of Disraeli, the former British Prime Minister and the current Prime Minister of the Conservative ruling party, shocked the world as soon as it was published. The article said that this European country had been entangled with the British Empire for hundreds of years, once had the title of the Coachman of the Sea, was once a principality under the Spanish Empire, and was also a kingdom under the Napoleonic Empire. It had suffered the scene of the division of Belgium that made the whole Dutch people angry, and made concessions in South Africa to obtain the Australian continent that the Netherlands had long dreamed of. In the past few years, it has established several international organizations, such as the International Alliance of Women's Associations, the International Hague Court Organization, the International Labor Union, and the International Red Cross, which are all international organizations. There are also many local regional organizations, such as the Nordic Alliance, the South American Alliance, the Deep Blue Pacific Partnership Organization, and it also co-hosted the Germanic Federation with Sweden. There are many others. This country is a typical and important Western European country. However, although the king of this country has been in power for 8.5 years, he has visited many countries very few times. Even in his recent visit to the Netherlands, he did not meet with the kings of various countries or the prime ministers of the ruling party. Instead, he met with the former prime ministers, and the former and current prime ministers were mortal enemies. King William IV of the Netherlands met with former British Prime Minister and leader of the Liberal opposition Whig Party, Claxton, last week. At this time, the Netherlands was trying to subvert Belgium's national security and economy by testing pressure on Belgium, intending to take over Belgium's northern territory. As Belgium's northern neighbor, the Netherlands was originally a friendly partner of Belgium, but now it has become the source of Belgium's invasion. The funny thing is that William IV did not invite Queen Victoria to visit the Netherlands, and Prime Minister Thorbecke did not invite Prime Minister Disraeli of the British Empire to visit Amsterdam. Prime Minister Thorbecke only invited former Prime Minister Clayton, the leader of the British Liberals, to visit the Netherlands as the leader of the Dutch Liberals, and also held the so-called Global Liberal Political Action Conference to prepare for defeating the Conservative Tory MPs and Prime Minister Clayton's re-election in the upcoming British prime ministerial election and parliamentary midterm elections. In addition, former Prime Minister Clayton was honored to be received by William IV. It should be noted that many prime ministers who visited the Netherlands did not receive this treatment. Oppose economic conservatism, oppose not supporting global economic integration, oppose not allowing immigration, and oppose discrimination against women. This is the proposition that William IV repeatedly reminded. Claxton crossed the English Channel and passed through the North Sea to reach Amsterdam. He was not only sitting in the VIP room, but also allowed to give a keynote speech at the Dutch Parliament. The title was How We Struggle. He listed a series of brilliant war exploits, such as how his Whig party supported the globalization of the Dutch economy, opposed the conservatism of the British economy, was dissatisfied with the Tories not allowing Britain to immigrate abroad and inland, launched a cultural war against the Liberals, and was dissatisfied with the gender discrimination of the conservatives. His Majesty William IV agreed with all of this. For this reason, His Majesty the King of the Netherlands even issued a crown medal to former Prime Minister Clayton. You should know that since William IV ascended the throne of the Netherlands on December 1, 1861, he has adjusted the medals of the same level divided by the Royal Order of Nassau to be presented to foreign royal family members and dignitaries when visiting the Netherlands. It seems that only the current President Andrew of the United States of America received this medal last year. No one has ever received this medal from William IV. Because the second medal winner was Viscount Palmerston, a former British Prime Minister from the Whig Party, who received it after his death. It is conceivable that two former Prime Ministers of the Whig Party have received this medal representing friendship with the Netherlands. Isn't it interesting? King William IV of the Netherlands said to former Prime Minister Clayton, "We must face immigration issues, gender issues, and civilization conflicts. If you distinguish Germanic civilization from Slavs and Southern Europeans, it may cause conflicts. If you separate European civilization from Jewish and Christian traditions, it will be a historical disaster." William IV even recited a passage in the Dutch constitution that marriage is limited to one man and one woman when facing Clayton, and said, "We need fewer drag queens and more Rolexes. We need more children, not disguised support for childlessness." The Dutch in the parliament, both the left and right factions, gave thunderous applause as all Christians should. Clayton was among those who applauded. Today's Netherlands seems to be like the European Party of the Whig Party of the British Empire. Talking about the 1868 British general election, William IV said, "You Whigs still have 2 years of social practice to prepare. You will never win by choosing the path of least resistance. We must take back the friendship link system between number 10 Downing Street in London and Amsterdam." Talking about the Conservatives, Clayton said, "They hate me and discredit me in my country, just as they hate you and discredit you in the British Empire you represent." When asked about this on March 26, 1869, number 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister's office in London, could only respond awkwardly, that was Clayton's private trip. In fact, as early as January this year, when kings and presidents of the Russian Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the American Commonwealth, the Ottoman Empire and other countries visited Amsterdam, the Netherlands, Prime Minister Thorbecke was full of confidence at the summit and declared that the Netherlands was the bastion of liberal Christian values in Europe. To exaggerate a little, the Netherlands today is like the European Party of liberals in countries around the world. King William IV of the Netherlands was born in 1840 and King Christian in 1809, a difference of 31 years. The Netherlands is only about a quarter of the size of the United Kingdom. In terms of overseas territories, the Kingdom of the Netherlands is only about half the size of the British Empire, and its economic scale is only a little more than 1/3 of that of the British Empire. However, in recent years, William IV has relied on his personality and policy nature to become the leader model of liberals and Christian Protestant nationalists in European countries and even the world, and seems to have established the status of the Netherlands by leading major organizations. It is particularly important that William IV's shadow Prime Minister Thorbecke has been a member of the Dutch Parliament for more than 40 years. He is currently serving his second term as Prime Minister, including the 12-year term from 1849 to 1853, and his popularity in the Netherlands is still over 70%. Perhaps after one term, he, who is only 70 years old, may participate in the Prime Minister election again. Many people predict that he and the Speaker of the House of Representatives Huntington, who caused a storm in Europe some time ago, may lead the Liberals to win more than 2/3 of the seats in the Dutch Parliament again and continue to control the Dutch House of Representatives and Senate. William IV's support behind the scenes made it extremely controversial for the Liberals to continue to hold power, but the support rate in the Netherlands was as high as 75%, which made it difficult for the Christians to turn things around in a short period of time. In the face of such strong Dutch liberals, can the liberals of the British Empire take the leading position of the world's liberals? Can Christian defeat the combination of William IV and Thorbecke? Chapter 535, Blatant Provocation. The former British Prime Minister and the ruling Tory party's power maker expressed his inner dissatisfaction to the Financial Times. He pointed out that the Kingdom of the Netherlands is still classified as a capitalist country like the United Kingdom, but William IV was able to distort the capitalist social system and fully control the large enterprises and big capitalists in the Netherlands. He excluded non-people in the Netherlands' politics and society, and tried his best to reduce the space for the generation of Christian conservatives, and used the Dutch national resources to bind the ruling group that maintained the royal family of William IV. In this way, William IV did not have to send out the army loyal to him to kill people, nor did he have to imprison political prisoners, making the Netherlands a model of anti-conservative democracy and neo-authoritarianism, and in the foreseeable future, he would continue to let the faction loyal to the royal centralized power come to power through elections. Edward Smith Stanley said sarcastically, "What about the former British Prime Minister Claxton? He only inherited the position of Prime Minister from Viscount Palmerston for a few months. During these 9 months in office alone, there were constant scandals and he almost got impeached. At the end of his term, he tried every means to engage in election fraud, coercion and inducement, and even tried to use diplomacy to divert domestic attention, but he was still forced to roll out of 10 Downing Street." The Whig Party, led by Viscount Palmerston and Earl Russell, reached the peak of the British Empire in decades. The Whig Party spread throughout the British Empire and was very convinced of the Whig Party's liberal propositions. Now, with the leader Claxton's pilgrimage to Amsterdam, the British Empire's liberals can be imagined. The worship and admiration of the British liberal fans for William IV, the Phoenix, can even be imagined. They are eager to Dutchize the British Empire. Edward Smith Stanley even pointed out that Viscount Palmerston, the former leader of the Whig Party, once described that His Majesty William IV's leadership in the Netherlands is like a signpost, pointing to a better future for kings, presidents, prime ministers and other countries in the world except the Netherlands. In other words, William IV has been recognized by Viscount Palmerston, the former leader of the world's liberals, and is intended to inherit his legacy. It is precisely because of this that William IV brought an alternative soft power, convincing countries such as Sweden, Denmark, Spain, the United States, Argentina, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Greece, and even the British Empire, the Russian Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Italy and Portugal. The forces in the French Empire that opposed Napoleon II's deterioration of relations with the Netherlands some time ago came from the country's liberals. The Netherlands provided a set of ready-made, complete and proven general principles of teaching warfare for the liberal forces in these countries and regions, helping the liberal forces in each country to escalate the cultural war to a level that is vital to the survival of each country, and to stay in power for a long time through a distorted democratic social system, and to suppress the conservative forces in each country by suppressing those who are not of our race. This year, many countries such as the United States, Spain, and the Netherlands will hold elections, and the United Kingdom will also hold midterm parliamentary elections at the end of this year. Therefore, this period is a critical battle moment, and the Whig Party led by Clayton is constantly sharpening its knives. Edward Smith Stanley sarcastically said that William IV's Netherlands certainly also eagerly hoped that Clayton or other candidates of the Whig Party, who are also liberals, would win the Whig Party parliamentary election this year and make a comeback in 1872 to regain the throne of number 10 Downing Street. Because the Kingdom of the Netherlands can be called the isolated island in Central and Western Europe today, the Netherlands has unharmonious relations with the United Kingdom in the West, France in the South, and Prussia in the East. He quoted William IV's words, "In our European world, we can get along with each other, but we should not disappoint those who want to become mixed races." Edward Smith Stanley lamented that if the European powers allowed William IV's words to become popular and implemented in various countries, then soon the population advantage of the big powers would no longer exist, and countries with population gaps such as the Netherlands would become winners. He also lamented that half of Europe had been invaded by immigrants, and those countries with mixed races were actually no longer countries. He cited the fact that the United States of America became a battleground for European powers to illustrate. The Financial Times published Edward Smith Stanley's article, which instantly made him and William IV the focus of the storm. Although many countries were very dissatisfied with the statement of the elder of the ruling Tory party, because it was obviously accusing the management of various countries, the strength of the British Empire made other countries choose to remain silent. Don't forget that the ruling party in the UK is his Tory party, and he is the political mentor of British Prime Minister Disraeli. However, many Whigs directly accused Edward Smith Stanley, stating that he intended to interfere with the election of MPs at the end of the year and demanded that the Tories restrain him. Even if Prime Minister Disraeli did not take action, the Whigs might impeach Disraeli as the leader of the breakaway party. It seems that Edward Smith Stanley's article stirred up a hornet's nest and triggered infighting between the Tories and Whigs. Regardless of whether the internal contradictions in Britain broke out, William IV, who was accused by Edward Smith Stanley, would naturally not let it go. On March 28, 1869, a spokesman for the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs accused, as a former Prime Minister of the British Empire who has already stepped down, should he take actions to safeguard the instructions of the ruling Tory party? We don't understand the internal power structure of the ruling Tory party in the UK, but we are very dissatisfied with the former Prime Minister Edward Smith Stanley's random insinuations. For this reason, we will summon the British ambassador to the Netherlands in the near future to express our strong dissatisfaction with the Kingdom of the Netherlands. We demand that the Disraeli cabinet government of the British Empire abide by the rules, not attack members of the royal families of various countries, and restrain the borders of politicians in its own country. The spokesman for the Dutch royal family responded sarcastically, Edward Smith Stanley's articles are all inciting an outbreak of dissatisfaction. The whole article is attacking Dutch policies. It seems that he wants to use Dutch policies to drag the Whig party of the British Empire into the water. Look, he opposes the immigration policy of His Majesty William IV of the Netherlands, attacks the equality of men and women that we advocate in the Netherlands and are supported by the world, and is dissatisfied with our Netherlands' promotion of labor union organizations to maintain social harmony. The former Prime Minister Edward Smith Stanley even advocated that countries around the world must maintain the purity of race, blood or culture. In other words, he is advocating uncompromising racial supremacy of big countries, which discriminates against the development rights of small countries, and this has angered the international community. The spokesman for the King of the Netherlands also said, according to the information we have, the British white supremacy advocated by former Prime Minister Edward Smith Stanley is very firm. Therefore, when he was in power in the British government, his cabinet government advisor and good friend Gildas broke off relations with him and accused him of being like a demon. Think about it, even his own friends and subordinates are so clearly opposed to his position, how many people can trust his credibility? The rebuttal of the Dutch royal family and the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs made people's eyes light up, and they all felt that there seemed to be some truth in saying this. However, Edward Smith Stanley seemed determined to deal with the Netherlands. On March 29, he pointed out in the Tory camp's London Times, in 1861, the Kingdom of the Netherlands had a population of less than 6 million, plus 8 million natives in the Far East. No matter how powerful it was, its influence was limited. This was the view of me and Viscount Palmerston and others at the time, and it was also the understanding of the British opposition Tory party and the ruling Whig party. However, since William IV came to power in December 1861, the Netherlands has gradually attracted Dutch people in Europe. In 1862, the total number of Dutch people who returned to the Netherlands from the local area and from various countries exceeded 6.5 million. The war with Britain in South Africa in 1863 made the Boers in South Africa finally choose to immigrate to the Netherlands. The Dutch, who accounted for 80% of the population, suddenly increased the population of the Netherlands by nearly 500,000. Not counting the birth rate, the population that year exceeded 7 million. After that, the Netherlands took advantage of the American Commonwealth Civil War in North America and allowed more than 500,000 people from the 1.5 million Dutch population in North America to immigrate to the far east of the Netherlands. When the American Civil War ended in 1866, the Dutch population in the Kingdom of the Netherlands, plus the Dutch policy of promoting more births, had exceeded 10 million, not counting immigrants from various countries. As of the end of last year in 1868, data released by the Netherlands showed that the white people in the Kingdom of the Netherlands, 10.5 million Dutch, 500,000 Swedish, 600,000 Danish, 300,000 German, 250,000 Austrian, 50,000 Spanish, and 100,000 other, exceeded 12.3 million. Because of immigration to Africa, there are only 8 million Far Eastern natives left, and Africa plus these Far Eastern native immigrants is 12 million natives. That is to say, the current population of the Kingdom of the Netherlands exceeds 32.3 million. In less than 10 years, the population of the Netherlands has soared from 14 million to 32.3 million, and the territory has doubled several times. While William IV consolidated his domestic ruling position, his international status was growing. Today, politicians from all over the world are learning from the Netherlands, and small and medium-sized countries are also taking the Netherlands as a model and emulating it. If the British Empire is Dutchized by politicians from various countries like the Whig Party led by Clayton, the conservative and liberal systems of various countries will be severely damaged in the struggle for power, and the societies of various countries will fall into severe turmoil. How can such a British Empire serve as the leader of the global liberal camp during the period of Viscount Palmerston? For Belgium, whose national survival is threatened and whose territory has been occupied twice, how can such a British Empire play the role of defender? Looking forward to 1872, I am deeply worried. Edward Smith Stanley said, His Majesty William IV of the Netherlands was a very good crown prince a few years ago, so he suggested that the royal family marry Princess Alice, the second daughter of Queen Victoria, to him to carry out a marriage between Britain and the Netherlands, intending to further the relationship between Britain and the Netherlands. But it seems that this is all in vain. After all, William IV unilaterally chose Princess Alexandra of Denmark, which was very rude to Britain, but the British Empire was generous and did not care. With William IV doing all kinds of things that hurt the feelings of the British in recent years, the British should be more prepared for this, instead of still living in the state of preparing for marriage with the Netherlands. Don't forget that the British Empire is still the global maritime hegemon until now. Our status is not obtained by marriage alone, our warships are not obtained by marriage, and we don't rely on marriage to get respect from others. For this reason, I am ready to reflect more on the policy towards the Netherlands within the Tory party, and ask my student, the current British Prime Minister, to pay more attention to the Netherlands. Only in this way can we safeguard our interests and prevent the British Empire from slowly becoming a target country for others to take whatever they want. Finally, I want to say to William IV and the Kingdom of the Netherlands, you should be thankful that Britain is kind and we will not start wars against other countries in Europe at will, but if you dare to visit Britain, we do not rule out letting Britain's 6 major fleets around the world play with you to see who will go swimming or sink to the bottom of the sea first. This is a provocation, a serious provocation. As a giant of the ruling party, Edward Smith Stanley has violated diplomatic rules by publishing such an article with such tone and content. That's right, I think this Tory giant is indeed worthy of being a political elite who has experienced the golden period of Britain's rise in the past few decades. This attitude determines everything. I even dare to guess that if the Netherlands dares to resist, it is hard to say whether the next step will be the warships serving. No matter which dynasty or which corner of the world, there will never be a shortage of people who eat melons. Former British Prime Minister Edward Smith Stanley confronted the Kingdom of the Netherlands, which has been in the limelight recently. This seems to be more interesting than a drama. A 4,000-word chapter is sent. Please vote for support. Chapter 536, Anti-British Alliance. April 2, 1869. Edward Smith Stanley, the former Prime Minister and the Conservative leader of the British Empire, attacked the current leader of the world's liberals, William IV, and ridiculed Clayton's visit to the Netherlands. This was undoubtedly a targeted attack on the Whig Party, the rival within the British Empire. You should know that the liberals of the British Empire are actually the product of the evolution from aristocratic political reform to capitalism, commonly known as the British Bourgeois Party. The Whig Party, founded in 1679, has become the Liberal Party. After the British Parliament reformed in 1832 and the British parliamentary constitutional monarchy was implemented, the Whig Party gradually turned to liberalism. The purpose of the party is to demand free trade and free politics. In 1839, the former Prime Minister and current Foreign Secretary Russell began to use the name of the Liberal Party after becoming the leader of the Whig Party. Viscount Palmerston, who had just become the leader of the party, also agreed with this direction. After the Second British Parliament reform in 1867, the new leader of the Liberal, Whig Party, Clayton, successfully took over from Viscount Palmerston and Russell to become the leader of the British Liberal Party, and became the successor Prime Minister after Viscount Palmerston's death. At this time, the Liberal Party had become a political party of the bourgeoisie of the British Empire. In order to adapt to the needs of the bourgeoisie, Claxton implemented municipal reforms and strengthened the bureaucracy during his 9 months as Prime Minister. However, he did not carry out these actions for long before he was defeated in the 1867 general election and the 1868 term as Prime Minister due to opposition from the British Conservatives, especially those aristocratic MPs. This was a rather tragic lesson. However, the purpose of the Liberals has changed slightly. Claxton has led the Liberals to demand the reform of the British Parliament and further expand the right to vote. In order to win over the Irish to vote for their Liberal Party and Whig Party, he advocated autonomy for Ireland and insisted on the glorious isolation policy of Viscount Palmerston and others to maintain the balance of power in Europe. However, the Liberals support that Britain should not relax its aggression against weak nations in other regions, in the name of liberating them and giving them the bright world they want. William IV said to Queen Alexandra with a slightly self-deprecating tone while talking freely. This was another day of giving his wife, the Queen of the Netherlands, a political lesson. Queen Alexandra didn't understand why William IV was so enthusiastic about teaching her international politics, but she was smart not to ask because of the trust between the two. Therefore, studying hard is what she needs most at the moment. Europe practices monogamy, especially the royal family, which must abide by this rule in all countries. The most chaotic one at present may be the French royal family. Napoleon III is said to be not a good illegitimate child. Of course, the former King Oscar I of Sweden is also said to be the same. The French are really chaotic. You should know that the current Swedish royal family was only pulled from France to Sweden as aristocrats in 1809 to inherit the throne. But what is surprising is that the current third-generation French-Swedish King Carl XV is actually a famous lovesick man. After his youngest son died young and only his eldest daughter was left, he did not have any scandals, which is also eye-catching. William IV, do you know what Edward Smith Stanley's actions mean? Queen Alexandra paused and said, does it mean that the British Conservatives are preparing to take more severe measures to attack the Netherlands? William IV shook his head and did not answer directly. Instead, he sneered and said, what policy has Britain implemented in recent decades? Queen Alexandra, offshore balancing technique, creating a balance in Europe that is beneficial to Britain. William IV nodded and said, yes, in this case, do you think that if you think about it from this perspective, is it too much for the Conservatives to do this now? Alexandra asked in surprise, but the Conservatives did it, and they quarreled with the Liberals. William IV said, remember, political science is an extremely profound subject. For many things, don't just look at the surface, but the inside, which is the true meaning. Alexandra. William IV, the two factions in the British Empire quarreled so much that it almost shook the stable political system of Britain, but some people did not move at all. Don't you think this is out of line? William, are you talking about Her Majesty Queen Victoria? Alexandra quickly discovered a problem. You mean, the current struggle between the two factions in the UK is still within Queen Victoria's tolerance? Shaking his head, William IV said coldly, no, this is not a question of tolerance, but... Seeing Alexandra's surprised expression, he said shockingly, I suspect that the struggle between the Liberals and Conservatives in the UK this time was actually a play between the two parties from the beginning, and the royal family was responsible for putting out the fire, or in other words, Queen Victoria was the chief director of the drama from the beginning, and she manipulated the progress and retreat of the situation behind the scenes. Alexandra asked worriedly, what is Queen Victoria going to do? William IV said, Britain is conveying the tone of Britain's policy towards the Netherlands to the world, coordinating the positions of British Conservatives and Liberals, so as to further adopt a tough policy towards the Netherlands. By using the title of Liberal leader to pull me into the opponent, Britain will convey the challenge signal that the Netherlands is the biggest ideological opponent of the British Empire. Obviously, London is turning its attention back to the Netherlands. Alexandra asked in surprise, not a geopolitical opponent. William IV said, no, this is different from geopolitics. Perhaps Britain has realized something, so it wants to block the Netherlands in this regard, intending to occupy this field alone and lead the world. Alexandra asked again, how should we respond? William IV, coordinate the positions of Dutch allies and partners to further form an anti-British alliance centered on the Netherlands. Kingdom of Prussia, Berlin. The Netherlands has been in the spotlight in recent years. As expected, William IV has been targeted by Britain. King William I of Prussia sighed. Bismarck further agreed and pointed out, after 2.5 years of war between France and the Kingdom of Siam, Britain may feel that France's war potential has been almost exhausted, so it has shifted its attention back to Amsterdam. Although British Prime Minister Disraeli's speech on the Dutch policy has been postponed, many academics expect that Disraeli will send a signal in the near future that the Netherlands is one of Britain's biggest geopolitical rivals. Disraeli originally planned to give a policy speech at the world's top universities, Cambridge University and Oxford University, on March 28 last week, and elaborate on the Disraeli government's Dutch policy. However, because his mentor, former Prime Minister, and fellow Tory giant Edward Smith Stanley's attack on William IV caused a shock in the world political arena, the speech will be postponed, but it is only postponed, not cancelled. Britain has announced that the date will be finalized as soon as possible. More than 2 years after France invaded the Kingdom of Siam, Britain shifted its attention to the Balkans and North America. How to deal with the expansion of the rising Russian Empire in the Balkans. The rise of the American Commonwealth threatened Canada, Britain's largest overseas territory, and the most important country following the American Confederacy. This caused great discussion in Britain. Bismarck's eyes were cold with some strangeness in them. British institutions are currently judging that Disraeli's policy speech will change Britain's foreign policy, even to a revolutionary degree. It will clarify London's previous policy towards the Netherlands and send a signal that Britain will not be distracted by France's invasion of the Kingdom of Siam, the expansion of the Russian Empire in the Balkans, and the threat of the American Commonwealth in North America. Britain will still focus on European affairs and will challenge the rising Netherlands. Crown Prince Frederick nodded in agreement surprisingly. Now that the British Conservatives have come out to accuse William IV of the Netherlands and the Liberal Claxton, it is obvious that the ruling Tory party intends to abolish the friendly policy towards the Netherlands during the previous Whig party's rule. The Tories want to re-explain their relationship with the Netherlands and move towards the goals they have set. There is value in the plan to achieve the Tory party's goals. He further analyzed, the Disraeli government is indicating that it needs to pay attention to national security challenges from the Russian Empire and the American Commonwealth, but on a larger scale, the main challenges facing the British Empire and the balanced international order that the British Empire is committed to maintaining come from the Netherlands. Moltke also interrupted at this time and said, recently, the Thorbecke government of the Netherlands has carried out intensive diplomatic activities with European mainland and countries around the Netherlands this month. On the 6th of this month, the annual meeting of the International Hague Court Organization will be held in The Hague, and the justice ministers of various countries will gather in The Hague. The main topic is to discuss whether the organization's sanctions against France should be stopped after the armistice agreement between France and the Kingdom of Siam. On the 10th of this month, Sydney, the far east of the Netherlands, will hold a meeting of the highest military chief of the Deep Blue Pacific Partnership at the level of the Chief of Staff. Obviously, the organization has thought about further strengthening naval-military cooperation. After presiding over the Wanchai Summit, the Dutch Chief of Staff Mark Rutte will also visit the Spanish colony of the Philippines. Now Spain has also learned from the Netherlands and changed colonies into territories. After that, Mark Rutte will also visit the port of California on the west coast of the United States of America. After that, he will go south to South America to visit the Netherlands allies. On the 15th of this month, Prime Minister Thorbecke will visit the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The two countries will hold trade negotiations. The Netherlands intends to pull the Austro-Hungarian Empire into its camp to resist Britain. On the 23rd of this month, William IV will visit Stockholm, Sweden, to attend the semi-annual Nordic Three Kingdoms Alliance King Summit, which will strengthen the depth of Dutch diplomacy. On the 27th of this month, the Netherlands will hold a meeting at the International Red Cross. It is said that William IV will attend the beginning part. It is important for William IV to win the hearts and minds and gain the moral high ground. Finally, Chief of General Staff Moltke analyzed, faced with British suppression, before Disraeli sets the tone for Dutch policy, the possibility of the Netherlands resisting Britain is still very high. This is done to convey the tone of Britain's policy towards the Netherlands to the world, to assist the positions of allies and partners, and to further form an anti-British alliance centered on the Netherlands. Chapter 537, The Netherlands wants to take action against India. Is this a provocation to Britain? While the monarch and his ministers were talking in Berlin, the conversation between the teacher king and the student queen was still going on in the royal palace in Amsterdam, the Kingdom of the Netherlands. William IV, the conflict between France and the Kingdom of Siam has had a huge impact on the European economy after our sanctions, but for Britain, the French Empire is already a weakened great power. Britain's position on the war between France and the Kingdom of Siam is not to participate, but to further weaken the French Empire across the English Channel. However, from the perspective of the current national security strategy of the British Empire, there is no doubt that it will continue to re-establish an opponent that threatens Britain, not the Tsarist Russian Empire, which is a military power and threatens British interests in the Middle East. Britain should continue to weaken the French Empire next, But it seems that Britain will focus some attention on the rising Prussia and the Netherlands. Moreover, whether it is because Queen Victoria was born in the German Confederation or her eldest daughter married into Prussia, or because Prussia is now too powerful for Britain to conquer, Britain may seize and magnify it and use the Netherlands to establish its power. Queen Alexandra immediately disagreed and thought, the conflict between the French Empire and the Kingdom of Siam has reached a critical moment. The contradiction with France is the most acute contradiction facing the British Empire. I think that Her Majesty Queen Victoria of the British Empire does not want to push the Kingdom of the Netherlands completely to the side of land powers such as the Russian Empire and the French Empire. Alexandra's statement aroused great interest from William IV. She, who had always listened to his preaching before, now expressed a different opinion. William IV was extremely happy because it meant that Alexandra was growing up, and at a speed that surprised him. So he looked at her with interest and asked, "Why do you say that?" Queen Alexandra seemed to be integrating her thoughts. After a pause, she said, "It is obviously unwise for Britain to continue to promote the Netherlands as the main enemy or competitor. Britain and the Netherlands should now see if they can reduce the hostility and competition between the two sides and see if there is room for cooperation and compromise." Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and said to William IV, "I think that Britain has never trusted any allies at any time on the European continent, including Prussia and Austria, which it supported at the beginning. Perhaps the Netherlands will be recognized by Britain in this regard. Britain does not trust the allies of the major European powers? Allies of the European continent?" Alexandra's statement refreshed William IV's eyes and ears, and his thoughts followed. What is Britain's purpose? How should the Netherlands face Britain's seemingly internal quarrels? Who knows if the two factions are just acting? William IV, it is understandable that the conservative Disraeli did not come forward and let his mentor Stanley attack the Netherlands and win the support of the conservative Tories, so he deliberately wanted to suppress the Netherlands. And the liberal Whig Claxton seemed to have taken the initiative to come to Amsterdam to surrender and get closer to the Netherlands, as if he recognized the Netherlands' position as the leader of major liberal groups in Europe and even internationally. In fact, who knows if this was not a conspiracy between them? Intent to seize power. William IV pointed out seriously, on the other hand, the contradiction between Britain and the Netherlands on industrial technology issues may further escalate. Don't forget that Britain's steam engines are the best in the world, but the Netherlands is following Prussia and America to develop the electrical industry with all its strength. William IV sighed, this is no longer a territorial issue, but a problem of party system plus economic development model. Queen Alexandra was silent for a while after hearing this, and then asked in confusion, "Then your Majesty said just now that you are ready to cooperate with allies and gather partners to fight against Britain together. Is it the same in industry?" William IV, the Netherlands is preparing to start a new model to deal with Britain. What model? Alexandra couldn't help but ask curiously. William IV said firmly, "I plan to let the Netherlands impose sanctions on British companies on the grounds of human rights." Alexandra said worriedly, in 1840, the big country in the Far East banned the sale of opium or eliminated opium in Britain. In the end, Britain was furious and chose the most brutal method of invading with warships. I am worried that Britain will make the same unfriendly move against the Netherlands. William IV seemed to be indifferent and said, if the Disraeli government has this intention towards the Netherlands, this decision will have a far-reaching impact on the Netherlands and Britain. At that time, the British Empire will face the risk of a deadly counterattack from the Netherlands. Do you think Britain will not think of this? William IV actually knew that the various organizations established by the Netherlands in recent years had undermined Britain's policy of balancing the policies of the European countries and France. Even if they could not undermine Britain, they had loosened Britain's corners, causing the building built by Britain to tilt and be at risk of collapse at any time, and no longer stable. Therefore, Britain can only threaten the Netherlands militarily and suppress and win over the economy at the same time. The Netherlands' current position in the international network of contacts is definitely the most extensive power, without a doubt. If Britain adopts the same approach to the Netherlands as it did to the Far East power 30 years ago, not to mention the Netherlands itself, other allies and partner countries of the Netherlands will not sit idly by. Even the French Empire may react to Britain in an extreme way, not to mention Prussia, which has been eyeing France covetously. It is even more so that it can weaken Britain, which has always balanced other countries, so that Prussia can eat France with peace of mind. He said, in fact, The British government's suppression of Dutch military enterprises in recent years has not been relaxed in substance because the Netherlands has become a small country. The core is still to suppress the rise of the Netherlands again. Even if we Dutch have forgotten, the British will not forget that it was after they won the 4 Anglo-Dutch naval battles that not only did the military balance between the British and Dutch in the northern Atlantic Ocean no longer exist, but also took away the Netherlands' position as the strongest financial power in Europe and even the world. Even if the Dutch do not bear grudges, the British still can't sleep. Therefore, only when the Netherlands really becomes so small that many British support or even puppets, then Britain will be truly relieved, because at that time, the competitiveness of Dutch enterprises and the country will no longer be able to pose a threat to Britain. Alexandra was confused when she heard this, but, I think Britain can't suppress the Netherlands to this extent at present, right? Not at present, but it doesn't mean there won't be in the future, right? William IV blinked and said, a few years ago, no one thought that Belgium would become the country with only 2 provinces left, but it still happened, and it was completed under the promotion of the Netherlands, which has always been unpopular. As the most powerful country in the world, Britain is isolated overseas. Other countries can hardly threaten them under the British Navy, which is the best in the world. Therefore, its strength can be preserved and its national lifespan is difficult to shake and last. If the Netherlands fails to withstand the impact of European hegemony on the European continent, its strength will face the fate of one rising and the other falling. At that time, the Netherlands may not only be destroyed by the European hegemon, but even if it survives, it may be secretly stabbed in the back by the Britain that has been eyeing it for a long time. Alexandra suddenly asked subconsciously, so William, you tried every means to make the Netherlands move its capital from Amsterdam to the overseas Australian continent in the Far East, which is isolated between the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean, just to learn from Britain? Yes, William IV admitted, only in this way can the Netherlands, which has a short population, develop slowly. The war for hegemony on the European continent is inevitable. The countries surrounding the Netherlands are ambitious. It is better to defend the European mainland and not expand it. It cannot be defended even if it is expanded. Instead of doing this, it is better to invest energy in the Far East and develop quietly for decades. At that time, the wildly growing Dutch population will quickly catch up with the European powers without the disaster of war. At that time, it will be the time for the Netherlands to compete with the world powers for hegemony. Alexandra looked at William IV with a proud face and felt happy. This is how he looked when he was young before. I remember that when William first came to Denmark as the 17-year-old Crown Prince of the Netherlands, 1857, Alexandra, who was 13 years old, was conquered by William IV's heroic spirit. After marriage, her husband's self-confidence was expressed inside and not outside, which was a bit deep. Now it seems that he is still the same as he was back then, but mature. William, how many years do you think the Netherlands needs to develop quietly in the Far East in order to fight against Britain? This question is a bit difficult because it is a false proposition. No one knows what will happen in the future, so how can William IV know the answer to the future? So after asking this question, Alexandra felt that her question was a bit stupid and couldn't help but stick out her tongue playfully. She would only do this in front of William IV. In front of others, she was still the dignified, beautiful and majestic Queen of the Netherlands. I thought to myself, William shouldn't answer such a stupid question, right? Unexpectedly, William IV said wisely, in another 10 years, the Netherlands will no longer need to weave webs like a spider to make up for its own loopholes. It will have more advantages economically instead of being evenly matched as it is now. It will penetrate deeper into other small and medium-sized countries in the world, absorb their nutrients, and the Dutch economy will be stronger, technology will be more advanced, and it will no longer be embarrassed to resist Britain. And 20 years later, I predict that the population will at least double to between 25 million and 30 million, which is similar to the current UK. By then, it will no longer be a problem for the Netherlands to fight Britain alone. 30 years later, the Dutch population will no longer be a shortcoming to Britain, and the economy, industrial technology will surpass Britain. By then, we will have huge spheres of influence such as Australia and the Dutch East Indies. At that time, it will not be Britain that will cause trouble to us, but us who will cause trouble to Britain. Alexandra asked half-jokingly, can the Netherlands still provoke Britain? Why not? William IV asked, and then said with great ambition, at that time, the Netherlands will certainly provoke Britain. Alexandra saw that William IV did not look like a joke, and could not help asking, how to fight back. William IV smiled and said, if the Netherlands directly designated the South Pacific and South Indian Oceans as the Netherlands' sphere of influence, and further marched towards the Indian subcontinent, Britain's most favored colony, under Britain's concession, would this be considered a provocation? Chapter 538. The British won't buy it. Countries around the world have different attitudes towards the attacks on William IV and the Netherlands by the British conservative giant and former Prime Minister Stanley. The French Empire was silent. At the International Court of Justice in The Hague on April 6, 10 staunch allies of the Netherlands, including Sweden, Denmark, the United States, Spain, Greece, the Kingdom of Siam, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, and the Netherlands, clearly expressed their support for the international community. In addition to the right of people, including parliamentarians, to visit any place, they reiterated their support for the Netherlands' position. Argentina, Peru, and Mexico expressed their support for the Netherlands' position, and they also supported Britain and the Netherlands to conduct peaceful dialogue to deal with bilateral relations. Obviously, they have always been cautious about Britain, and their alliance with the Netherlands is just an ordinary alliance. Italy, Portugal, Belgium, Brazil, Uruguay, and Chile asked Britain and the Netherlands to hold more communication methods to ease regional tensions and reduce the burden on European peace. However, the moderate attitude of the three countries could not change the voting process of the organization. On the same day, Spain filed a request for member states to rule on the sovereignty of Gibraltar. The organization has 18 member states. Except for Spain, the country concerned, 12 countries including the Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, the United States, Spain, Greece, the Kingdom of Siam, Venezuela, Argentina, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru and Mexico agreed. The remaining 6 countries including Italy, Portugal, Belgium, Brazil, Uruguay and Chile chose to abstain and not express their opinions. Finally, the International Court of Justice in The Hague approved the Spanish lawsuit and required Britain to negotiate with Spain on the sovereignty of Gibraltar. On April 7, 1869, the British Foreign Office in London issued a statement expressing dissatisfaction with the statements of the member states of the Hague International Court of Justice, and stated that the British Empire did not recognize the legitimacy of the organization, and therefore would not recognize any judgment of the organization. The British Empire will not execute any judgment that is not recognized by us. The British Foreign Office said, we ask the member states of the Hague International Court of Justice not to dictate to the United Kingdom. The British will not buy it. The next day, on April 8, 1869, the British Ministry of Defence issued a statement claiming that the British First Fleet had dispatched the British First Steam Battleship Warrior with a displacement of 9,137 tons at 3 p.m. London time. During its cruise outside the Hague port, it was followed by the Dutch steam battleship Rotterdam. However, the British Ministry of Defence stated that the British and Dutch warships did not interact about 30 nautical miles from the Hague coastline and did not cause any misunderstanding. Nevertheless, the news from the British Ministry of Defence immediately made the tense atmosphere among European countries even more intense. You know, this ship and the French Empire's Napoleon steam battleship are regarded as the world's first 2 steam-armored ships. The British dispatched them at this time and deployed them not far from the Hague port in the Netherlands. This is definitely a naked provocation. The spokesman of the British Ministry of Defence said at a press conference that the interaction between the two sides occurred during routine operations and exercises. He said, the entire interaction process was very safe and professional. Our Warrior steam battleship interacted with their Dutch Rotterdam steam battleship, and the Rotterdam battleship accompanied our Warrior until 50 nautical miles west of the Hague before separating. However, we and the other side were very professional and safe. The British Ministry of Defence spokesman also stated that the London, another newest steam battleship of the British First Fleet, will sail in the Northeast Sea, starting after the Warrior leaves and returns to the home port. The United Kingdom obviously knew that it had fewer diplomatic allies, but it chose to directly attack the weak with its strengths. This is unexpected, but also reasonable. No one will give up their own strengths to compare their short-term with others. Isn't that a waste of their own advantages? In the afternoon of the same day, even Italy and other countries joined in condemning the UK, believing that the UK has become a powerful country that relies on force to threaten other countries. All members of the Hague International Court of Justice voted unanimously to condemn the UK and once again asked the UK to negotiate with Spain. This time, several countries that abstained before all supported the bill. Obviously, the strong opposition of the UK, especially the warship diplomacy, has had a counter-effect. With a high tone of British diplomacy, condemning the organization's stubborn actions against the UK once again reiterated that it would not recognize the legality of all the bills of the organization, and the UK would not directly conduct so-called mediation on any British territory without the consent of the UK. Obviously, the UK will not compromise easily. The place of Gibraltar, with the visit of the Dutch House of Representatives Speaker Huntington to Spain and his support for Spain's sovereignty, triggered a strong backlash in London, and also made the situation between the UK, the Netherlands and Spain tense. On April 9, 1869, the last day of the conference, the International Court of Justice in The Hague issued a joint diplomatic statement expressing the hope that all parties will exercise maximum restraint and avoid provocative behavior. Europe and the world urgently need the wisdom and responsibility of all countries to maintain peaceful relations among countries in the world rather than use force. All countries should aim to achieve peace, stability, security, inclusiveness and sustainable development goals. Italy, a major country in Central and Southern Europe, and its Prime Minister Marco Minghetti issued a similar statement to the International Court of Justice in The Hague on April 11, calling on the three parties of Britain, Spain and the Netherlands to take action to prevent the escalation of tensions. The statement also said, Italy is concerned about the hostility between major powers. If not handled properly, this confrontation will evolve into open conflict and affect the existing peace, including Gibraltar and the Strait of Gibraltar, a key strait for the Mediterranean to enter and exit the Atlantic Ocean. The world needs the wisdom and responsibility of major and small countries to ensure peace and stability. The Italian Prime Minister's statement finally pointed out that Italy will not participate in the dispute over the sovereignty of Gibraltar and will maintain a neutral attitude. Under the leadership of Italian King Emmanuel II, Italy took over Venice and defeated the Austrian Empire to take back Venice. After that, it suffered losses in Ethiopia and Africa. Now Italy has learned its lesson and has promoted an independent and neutral foreign policy and does not take sides. Not only that, Italy considers itself a great power and intends to play the role of a great power. Victor Emmanuel II and the cabinet government of Marco Minghetti attached great importance to Italy's international image. During Marco Minghetti's second term, they have continued to intend to build Italy into a non-aligned country. Perhaps this is also the reason why Prime Minister Minghetti wants to use this as his legacy, or it may be the reason why Victor Emmanuel II wants to use this to ask for benefits from European powers. Although Italy has a close relationship with Spain, Italy has always adhered to the principle of not participating in the complicated issue between Britain and Spain, Gibraltar. That is, in the past, because of Sardinia, the Kingdom of Sardinia, to which the Spanish princess married, was destroyed, which almost broke the Italian-Spanish relationship in all aspects, and Italy did not make any support for Britain. The reason should be related to Italian nationalism in Venice, and Sardinia is also a part of it. It should be known that Venice returned to the Italian territory from the Austrian Empire in 1861, so Victor Emmanuel II and Prime Minister Minghetti may think that the relationship between Spain and Gibraltar is similar to the relationship between Italy and these two places. This view has been followed until now, 8 years later. At this stage, although many Italian elites and nobles have received British education or asset support, most of them have democratic consciousness. It seems that Britain no longer dominates the world at sea. The Netherlands, the United States, Prussia and Italy are rising strongly. As the old empires such as France, Tsarist Russia, Austria-Hungary and Osman weaken, Britain's influence has actually weakened a lot. Therefore, Italy has also begun to weigh the gains and losses in the competition between Britain and the Netherlands plus Spain. Italy is unwilling to become a vassal of a big country, especially since these two countries are currently at the same level as Italy. In addition, the orthodox consciousness of Catholicism made many Italians feel that Protestant Britain was hostile to Catholicism. Although Britain was not as Protestant as the Netherlands, it did not hinder the spread of Catholicism. Spain was even more so, as it was one of the three musketeers of Catholicism, Italy, France and Spain, so it did not have a good impression of the British Empire. When Huntington visited Spain and Britain reacted strongly, many Italian newspapers, including Milan News and Roma Daily, discussed the matter in great detail. Many international political experts from famous Italian universities believed that Huntington's visit to Spain was normal, but it was very hasty and unwise to announce his itinerary before he went there. In the end, Britain found an excuse to threaten the Netherlands, Spain militarily, which made the situation unfavorable to Spain, worsening the situation and plunging it into a crisis. They agree with the Netherlands. Prime Minister Thorbecke of the Netherlands has dissuaded Huntington from visiting Spain and not to make any political statement on Gibraltar. However, Huntington insisted on not doing so. The Prime Minister of the Netherlands, which has a separation of powers, could not do anything about him. After all, he was the Speaker of the House of Representatives. However, his actions have further deteriorated the relations between the United Kingdom, the Netherlands and Spain. These Italian experts also said that before Huntington's visit to Spain, Britain had warned the Netherlands not to play with fire because it had violated Britain's core territorial sovereignty. They further pointed out that if Britain did not respond strongly after Huntington visited Spain and further publicly supported Spain's sovereignty over Gibraltar, it would not only lose face, but the world might also regard it as a sign of the British Empire's hegemony being stuck and weak, and even think that Britain is weak and can be bullied. How can Britain swallow this bitter fruit? Chapter 539 Italy, Liberals just a pit? How could Britain not fight back after suffering a loss? Britain deployed a fleet along the northern coast of Spain. At the same time, Conservative Prime Minister Disraeli did not directly turn against the Netherlands, but threw out his mentor to criticize William IV in order to win over the hearts of the Conservative Tories. At the same time, he could also poach members of the Whig Party who were obsessed with British hegemony. At the same time, during this period, the British Navy conducted exercises in the Mediterranean in the south, northern Spain in the north, and the British Navy in the east. The views of these people were very much recognized by Italian Prime Minister Marco Minghetti. Minghetti said, "I am worried that the incident has caused a chain reaction and may get out of control. I hope that Britain and the Netherlands can exercise restraint. The most important thing is that Britain and the Netherlands must communicate between the prime ministers to avoid accidents and start a war. Emmanuel II, Britain and the Netherlands should not carry out military exercises, at least not for the time being, and the British military exercises will also subside." But Emmanuel II said, the damage caused by Huntington to the relations between Britain, Spain and the Netherlands this time cannot be made up in the short term. The opinions of Crown Prince Umberto of Italy are similar to those of the two. He thought Huntington, the Dutch Speaker of the House of Representatives, was reckless. He did a stupid thing by going to Spain and making the Gibraltar issue worse, which worsened the Anglo-Dutch relationship. The French invasion of the Kingdom of Siam had not yet ended, and the Netherlands had already started to mess around. Now they have brought up the Gibraltar issue. I wonder what their intention is? Now the Anglo-Dutch-Spanish relationship has further deteriorated, affecting the stability of the region and even the world. The Italian Crown Prince hopes that the situation in Europe will not continue to deteriorate. He pointed out that fortunately the three countries do not want to go to war at this stage, but the relationship has been further damaged. When the Italian Crown Prince was asked about the deterioration of Anglo-Dutch relations, whether the French Empire, which has a bad relationship with the Netherlands, has formed an alliance with the British Empire to fight side by side against the Netherlands, Crown Prince Umberto said, France and Britain did not form a military alliance like the Netherlands, Denmark and Sweden. When one member state is attacked, other allies will join a war. In fact, Britain has not formed a military alliance with other countries. It is worth mentioning that according to a public opinion survey on Italy by the European Times, many people accused Britain of suppressing Huntington's visit to Spain, which caused tension in the regional situation and affected regional peace and stability. Italy will be affected sooner or later. Public opinion shows that many Italians suggested that the Italian government issue a notice to express regret for Britain's suppression of Huntington's visit to Spain. Many people in public opinion said that Britain's behavior in recent years has affected regional peace. Britain has been causing trouble in many places. The latest example is that it asked the Netherlands to withdraw from North America. For this reason, it did not hesitate to use the power of the Rothschild family to suppress the Dutch, resulting in many other ethnic groups in the United States being harmed. Secretary of State Seward and Lincoln were even attacked for personal safety. Second, without British intervention, the French Empire's invasion of the Kingdom of Siam became more and more aggressive, and it had no scruples. This affected the security of the Far East, and caused countries to impose sanctions on France, but Britain benefited in the end. Third, Britain has double standards. On the one hand, it asked countries not to make any political declarations to interfere with Gibraltar, which Britain had snatched from Spain. On the other hand, It provided help to Belgium and finally separated from the Netherlands. Recently, it saw that things were impossible to do, and it even abandoned Belgium and signed the Anglo-Dutch agreement with the Netherlands to agree to the Netherlands' sovereignty over Belgium. This makes people feel very ridiculous. Afterwards, Speaker Huntington visited Spain. Britain's fierce suppression will prompt the Netherlands and Spain to form an alliance, and then jointly deal with Britain's provocation. The world's security and stability will be threatened. The French Empire may take advantage of the opportunity to continue the invasion war, and the people will suffer from the war for a long time. Alfonso Ferrero La Marmora, the former Italian prime minister who is also right-wing like Prime Minister Minghetti, served as prime minister from 1864 to 1866. His successor was Prime Minister Minghetti. He was previously a military giant in Italy, so he has a very strong influence in both military and political aspects. He recently gave a long speech at the University of Milan criticizing the British Empire for making a fuss about the visit of the Dutch Speaker of the House of Representatives Huntington. He has always been famous in the Italian political arena for his shocking words. In a speech at the University of Milan, Alfonso Ferrero La Marmora publicly criticized Britain for suppressing the diplomatic space of the Netherlands and implementing a policy of internal meddling in other countries. He pointed out that this represents Britain's intention to further increase its influence on the international community. He also publicly criticized the Dutch Speaker of the House of Representatives Huntington, whose visit to Spain with private goods meant that the Netherlands was challenging Britain's sovereignty over Gibraltar and supporting Spain in making more provocations against Britain. Alfonso Ferrero La Marmora believes that the Dutch Speaker of the House of Representatives, Huntington, visited Spain and supported Spain's position. The Netherlands' purpose was to contain Britain and find a way out. He even boldly estimated that the Netherlands wanted to use this to threaten Britain to support the Netherlands in taking over Belgian territory and make Britain surrender. The facts have proved that the Netherlands did it, and Britain was one step behind. When the Netherlands invaded Belgium and achieved results, Britain needed the Netherlands to give in because of issues such as Gibraltar, and finally lost the beginning. Who is Britain? The British Empire, unwilling to admit defeat, will naturally come back to fight back against the Netherlands. Alfonso Ferrero La Marmora believes that when Britain faced the Netherlands and its allies and close partners, it was defeated by the Netherlands' wolf-pack tactics. It failed to defeat the Netherlands. Now Britain suddenly found that it was short of allies, so number 10 Downing Street, Buckingham Palace, and even the Whig Party and the Tory Party made many compromises to find countermeasures. Therefore, in order to break through the layers of relationships established by the Netherlands, Britain is looking for a breakthrough or a way. In the end, it chose the global struggle between liberals and conservatives to guide the attention of countries around the world to itself, so as to increase people's awareness of the liberals in power in their own countries. Will this aggravate the internal affairs of various countries affected by the liberal leader William IV? Britain shifted the battlefield to the interior of the Netherlands' allies and partners, intending to alienate the relationship between the Netherlands and its allies and partners. This time, Britain launched the Conservative Party to accuse the liberals of getting close to the Netherlands. No one knows whether this is a trap. La Marmora said, "The current problem is that Britain and the Netherlands seem to have become enemies in a battle of wits and courage, but fortunately, neither country has taken a step towards the scene of war, not only the weak Netherlands, but also Britain. Thank God." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540, Hegemony Under the Guise of Peace. Former Italian Prime Minister Romano made a high-profile statement at the University of Milan in Italy that he believed Italy should condemn the actions of the British and Dutch Speaker of the House Huntington because this was a blatant provocation of disputes. He believed that Italy should focus on the former. Now Britain is strongly suppressing the rise of the Netherlands, which threatens Britain's position. Soon Britain will also deal with Italy because Italy's position in the Mediterranean is too dangerous and Italy cannot help but be on guard. Italy must oppose the bully of the British Empire. Britain is not only pursuing hegemony in the Atlantic, but also in the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean where Italy is located. Britain is used to instigating wars among countries and watching from the sidelines in the British Isles. In the end, when the comprehensive strength of various countries is reduced to the lowest, it will come out to preside over the overall situation. The purpose is not only to target the Napoleon dynasty as everyone thinks, but also to target other countries that have the potential to threaten Britain. Under this calculation, Italy should be particularly careful. If Italy wants to get the best environment for Italy, then Italy should express that it is wrong for major powers to point fingers at other countries. La Marmora believes that Italy should not only have naval friendship and naval cooperation with the British Empire in the Mediterranean, but also conduct military exercises with rising powers such as the Netherlands, Prussia and even the United States of America. Only in this way can Italy's foreign policy be truly independent and self-reliant. The various statements made by the Kingdom of Italy have made Europe more complicated. Small and medium-sized countries agree with this, but the major powers are very ambiguous. Britain only expressed dissatisfaction, but the Netherlands did not comment. However, there are also civil organizations and individuals who have expressed their opinions. This is just Italy's opinion based on the dream of a great power. They pointed out that it is not difficult to understand that many Italian diplomatic elites do not support the visit of Dutch Speaker of the House of Representatives Huntington to Spain. Even Dino, the former ambassador to the Netherlands who is regarded as close to the Netherlands, does not agree with Huntington's reckless behavior. What's more interesting is that the statement of the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs mentioned that the world needs the command and responsibility of all countries at this time to ensure peace and stability. It seems to imply that Speaker Huntington lacks wisdom and sense of responsibility, and also implies that Britain's excessive reaction has made the situation unstable. April 6, 1869. A piece of news has attracted international attention. Paken, former head of the intelligence department of the General Staff of the Netherlands Ministry of Defense, said in an interview with the ace reporter Haig of the European Times that the British Empire hopes that the conflict between the French Empire and the Kingdom of Siam will continue. He said that the British Empire has been doing whatever it wants in the city and creating proxy wars under the guise of balancing the forces of European countries to maintain peace. Its purpose is to maintain the British Empire's global hegemony at sea, while also wanting to interfere in the European continent and even the Eurasian continent. The former head of the intelligence department of the General Staff from the Netherlands told Haig about Britain's plot. The British Empire needs more conflicts to maintain its hegemony. It does not participate in wars, but lets other countries fight. One of the proxy wars is the American Civil War. The Confederate States of the South, with the false support of Britain, fought a war with the Confederate States of the North. This war lasted for 5 or 6 years, and millions of people were implicated, with millions of deaths and injuries. The thriving United States of America could have surpassed Britain to become the world's largest economic power around 1890 according to the estimates of many economic experts around the world. Now there are only 35 states left after the separation of the 13 southern states. 32 million people also lost 9 million people due to the separation of the South, leaving only 23 million people. This makes it seem that it will take longer for the United States to challenge the British Empire with its economic strength, and many experts even speculate that it may take more than 50 years. Although the current civil war in the United States seems to be over, it is still developing in the direction that Britain hopes to see. Britain hopes that the United States will be governed by the North and the South, so that there will be less challengers, and Britain even uses the South to check the North from time to time. Britain used its own characteristics that were often feared by the French Empire, which may have hinted that Paris would not intervene, making France boldly attack the Kingdom of Siam as expected. On the one hand, it supported the sanctions against France led by the Netherlands, and even at the beginning, Britain also provided weapons and guns to the Kingdom of Siam to slow down France's progress. Britain hopes that this war will continue because its rival, the Netherlands, and one of the threats, the French Empire, are involved. These two countries are powerful countries in various fields around Britain, so what reason does Britain have not to add fuel to the fire? Can't it really persuade them to fight? Ever since the war broke out between the French Empire and the Kingdom of Siam, the British Empire has been continuously providing the Kingdom of Siam with war loans and weapons, including light firearms and ammunition currently in service in the UK, while on the other hand it has supported the Hague Tribunal, where the Netherlands is located, in imposing multiple rounds of sanctions on the French Empire. Paken, former head of intelligence for the Dutch General Staff, pointed out that the British Empire's actions were aimed at constantly consuming and weakening the French Empire and its strength, while at the same time pushing the Netherlands out as a target for France to vent its anger, killing two birds with one stone. Pageant, the British Empire provided the Kingdom of Siam with British service weapons and war funds. The goal was to keep the conflict going and hit France. In London's political arena, the British like to call this strategy a war of attrition. They are consuming the power of their opponents. Britain supports the International Hague Court organization to impose sanctions on France under the leadership of the Netherlands and exclude the French Empire diplomatically. Just like when everyone was dissatisfied with Napoleon I, Britain and Austria integrated various countries to isolate France. When the British Empire saw that the Netherlands and other countries in front of France imposed more sanctions behind the Netherlands, and France did not launch more counterattacks, the British Empire, hiding behind and unharmed, was adding fuel to the fire. Pageant told Haig that the Civil War in the United States could have been avoided, but the British Empire did not want to see the United States continue to rise peacefully and become powerful to threaten it. The same is true for France and the Kingdom of Siam. These wars and conflicts promoted or perhaps escalated by Britain have led to the loss of a large number of innocent people and plunged France, the Kingdom of Siam, and both the north and the south of the United States into an endless abyss. Pageant warned, in fact, the issue of war between France and the Kingdom of Siam could have been resolved long ago through collective pressure from the European continent to ask France to put down its ambitions and sign an agreement. Now the Kingdom of Siam is suffering, the interests of many European countries are damaged, and Europeans are also implicated. Unfortunately, many people have lost their lives and limbs, and the casualties are serious. The economy of the Kingdom of Siam has regressed for at least 10 years. In the future, if the Kingdom of Siam wants to restore its economic scale to the first half of 1866 before the war, it will take at least 3 years of full effort. At the same time, it will need to prepare at least £10 million for reconstruction. Pageant said, the Netherlands will follow Britain's goals and change some of its policies next. When Haig asked whether sanctions on France would be lifted, Pageant said everything could become an option for the Netherlands in the future. Chapter 541. The divided black and white. Britain and the Netherlands did not go to war, but the situation was more intense than that of war. This is the view of countries around the world at present. On April 10, 1869, while Britain and the Netherlands were engaged in various political battles, William IV turned his attention to the Far East in Africa. Because of the thorny problems that occurred there, the management of the Netherlands became difficult. This time, even William IV was alarmed, and after frowning, he ordered the Thorbecke cabinet government to track and settle it. Obviously, the matter was very difficult. So it was under such circumstances that William IV convened a meeting of the Privy Council of the Netherlands. Interior Minister Jongler introduced at the beginning of the parliament, since the Netherlands announced the integration of the Far East and African natives in 1865, the Far East provinces of the Netherlands have begun to implement this policy. However, what was unexpected was that these provinces implemented the military control system in accordance with the provisions of the pioneering construction program. However, some unrest against the pioneering program broke out in some areas afterwards. The military control authorities in the Far East provinces had to suppress it to ensure the smooth implementation of the program. In order to allow the indigenous people the opportunity to participate in election registration and voting, the military control areas extended the voter registration and election period, and some of the time was as long as 1 month. At the end of March 1869, the voter registration process in the Far East and Africa was completed. According to the final statistics, the number of white voters in the Netherlands was 3.3 million, and the number of indigenous voters was only 800,000. White voters were relatively enthusiastic about the election. But in 1865, in Western Australia, Northern Australia, New Guinea and Maluku, Hawaiian Islands, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda and Uganda, Zambia, with the addition of northern Zimbabwe and Malawi, 8 provinces, indigenous voters actively participated in the elections, and many indigenous people were elected to the Constitutional Assembly to participate in the establishment of provincial governments. However, there were also several provinces, such as the Dutch East Indies, William Province, Victoria, New Wales, South Australia, Queensland, New Guinea and Maluku, Tasmania, South Pacific Islands, Capital Fiji, Madagascar, North Mozambique, Congo, and 12 other provinces, where indigenous representatives only accounted for a minority. The province with the most indigenous representatives was Northern Australia, accounting for 61%, followed by North Mozambique with 53%, and then Tanzania with 45%. By May 1868, among the Dutch overseas territories, except for the 3 provinces of Guyana in South America, the United Arab Emirates in the Middle East, and Alaska in North America. The rest had completed the work of formulating constitutions. The new constitutions of the provinces have upheld the spirit of the cabinet government's reconstruction program and the amendment bill in the Constitution of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. On the one hand, they affirmed the right of the indigenous people to vote and participate in politics, and on the other hand, they deprived those who were unwilling to be loyal to the Kingdom of the Netherlands and His Majesty and committed unfavorable and illegal acts against the Netherlands of their right to vote and participate in politics. Some states have also expanded women's rights and increased their participation in work. At the same time, they have implemented the universal primary education system that the Netherlands took the lead in implementing in the world in 1862, and formulated the establishment of militia organizations to promote the process of the Netherlands' governance and ruling power in various provinces in all aspects. At present, the newly established provincial, municipal, and town governments have begun to attach importance to and maintain bourgeois private ownership, respond to the requirements of His Majesty and the cabinet government, stop the expansion of plantations, and ask plantation owners to sign contracts with the government as soon as possible to sell land so that the government can release land to farmers. But, Johnler looked at William IV worriedly and said, however, this policy has been welcomed by most of the lower classes of Dutch society, but many Dutch nobles and large landowners have a clear opposition to it. Thorbecke agreed, I also understand the situation. It seems that they think this will weaken their inheritance. William IV smiled, but then his eyes were stern. Wealth cannot last for more than 3 generations, and the nobles need to reduce their titles year by year. If they think that they can maintain their status with large territories of plantations, you can tell them that they are wrong. The Netherlands supports. Hearing this, Johnler continued, by the end of March this year, except for the Guyana province in South America, the UAE province in the Middle East, and the Alaska province in North America, all the remaining 20 overseas provinces have elected provincial councils, government officials, and members of the Senate and House of Representatives participating in the Dutch Parliament. The provincial, municipal, and town governments have also been established one after another. All provinces, cities, and parliaments have also approved all the constitutional amendments to the Dutch Constitution and the provincial government constitution. Senators and representatives from these 20 overseas provinces have also been accepted into the Parliament of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. By the middle of this month, all Dutch parliamentarians at home and abroad will gather in the Dutch Parliament. Their powers and responsibilities are equivalent to their relations and equal status with local parliamentarians. At present, the Kingdom of the Netherlands has formed a United Kingdom ruling model with executive, parliamentary and judicial trinity in its global territories. William IV nodded and instructed, after the governments of the provinces in the overseas territories are established and the transition of provinces, cities and parliaments in various regions is completed, the reform of governance policies in all aspects of politics, economy and society should be put on the agenda. He asked Johnler, where's the crisis? Johnler said, because our practice of popularizing elections in Dutch territories around the world has given Britain an opportunity. In many places in Africa, the British and their colonial natives are encouraging the local natives of the Netherlands to actively participate in the elections, and then resist our white people and destroy the image of our Dutch white people in the local area. What's the result? Asked William IV. Johnler smiled bitterly and said, the British colony of Sudan is geographically connected to our Congo province and Uganda. Recently, the local indigenous people there expressed their dissatisfaction with our demonstration because their interests are not protected by the local government. Although William IV had a blank expression on his face, everyone felt a rapid chill in the atmosphere. William IV asked, is that all? Johnler shook his head and said, many of us white Dutch people are also dissatisfied with the government giving too many rights to the indigenous people. Many people privately complain that we should learn from the practices of Britain and France and carry out plundering rule instead of treating these people of color with kindness. Look, this is the attitude of many people in the Netherlands. William IV swept his eyes over this Privy Council member, and finally his eyes fell on Prime Minister Thorbecke. My Prime Minister, what do you think of this? What do you think should be done? William IV's extremely calm words made it difficult to understand his thoughts, but no one would think that this was a true portrayal. Thorbecke said righteously, as long as they are on Dutch territory, they are all Dutch. The Dutch whites must put an end to such thoughts, because if even they think so, there will be a 100% chance that something like the American Civil War will happen in the future. Johnler was shocked when he heard this, and was obviously frightened by Thorbecke's words. But think about it, if this part of the Dutch whites choose to suppress and discriminate against the indigenous people, with the current scale of the indigenous people occupying 20 million of the total population of 32.6 million in the Dutch territory, and the Dutch whites only accounting for less than 40% of the population, it is actually very difficult to rule. William IV nodded and said, "Then what?" Thorbecke continued, "So we white people have no right to think this way, but we also have to knock down the arrogance of the indigenous people. We should use both sweet dates and big sticks." William IV, "First, we must ensure that the indigenous people enjoy equal rights, but this is selective. To achieve political democracy, we need to control public opinion and the highest power. According to the newly promulgated provincial constitutions of each province, the Aboriginal Code that exploits the indigenous people needs to be abolished, and the Civil Rights Act will be promulgated, which is equivalent to recognizing that the indigenous people have equal rights as residents of other skin colors. Jury systems and circuit courts have also been established in various places. By reforming the local political and judicial systems, the right to participate in politics and jury rights are recognized and protected. However, although the rights of the indigenous people have been liberated to a certain extent, most of the power of the provincial governments is still in the hands of us white people and must be in the hands of us white people. The civil rights bills designated by each province can be implemented according to the degree if necessary. Discrimination is allowed, but it needs to be covered up. William IV ignored the people with different expressions and continued to give instructions. Second, land reform and tax reform need to be started. Since rights require it, then all overseas Dutch territories need to be treated equally. Some provinces in the Far East have started limited land reforms on the original basis, such as New South Wales, William Province, Victoria, Queensland Province and South Australia Province on the Australian mainland, as well as Java Province in the Dutch East Indies. From 1865 to 1868, the parliaments of these provinces passed bills to establish a land committee and adopted the method of purchasing land with public funds. After buying the land, it was divided into 25 to 100 mu, usually acres, of small plots of land, which were sold to white people and indigenous peoples at very low prices. The special funds for this plan are currently 20 million Dutch guilders, or £800,000 equals $4 million for the 4 provinces. The information I have on hand shows that as of the end of March last month, March 1869, there were as many as 20,000 farms established in Queensland alone. Such a useful policy, why not promote it? Upon hearing this, John Roll smiled bitterly and said, "We have a gap in finance." William IV stared at the Minister of Finance Jan van Capel, waiting for his answer. Jan van Capel smiled bitterly and said stubbornly, "The Ministry of Finance is currently accelerating its approval of military expenditures. The 1869 defense budget alone accounted for 10% of the Netherlands' total fiscal revenue. This year, 200 million Dutch guilders, £8 million, were paid to the Ministry of Defense, so the Ministry of Finance currently has a gap." William IV nodded in understanding and said, "You can issue government bonds." Jan van Capel. William IV, "Just like the British war bonds, the Ministry of Finance can also issue fiscal bonds with a term of 5, 10 or 20 years. You will evaluate the interest and use Dutch private capital in national construction. Only in this way can we revitalize the economy." At this point, William IV. Chapter 542 Democratic Reform in the Netherlands starts. William IV said, "The overseas provinces have to carry out land reform and democratic reform, which has led to tax reform. Before the Netherlands managed all its overseas colonies as territories, the land taxes collected from plantation owners in the overseas provinces were very small. A local medium-sized industrialist and businessman had to pay about 5 to 6 times more taxes than an overseas plantation owner. After the tax reform, the tax payment levels of the two have become balanced, and the tax obligations of the lower-class civilians can even be exempted." Interior Minister John Roll nodded to show that he had received it. William IV, "To give you a proportion, the land tax levied per acre in the provinces of New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland and South Australia on the Australian continent and the province of Java in the Dutch East Indies has increased from 1 Dutch guilder before 1864 to 100 Dutch guilders in 1868. The taxable output value of all 20 overseas provinces in 1864 was less than 5% of the entire Kingdom of the Netherlands, But by last year in 1868, the proportion of taxes paid had reached 12%, accounting for 60% of the Netherlands' tax payments. When William IV said this, Jan van Capelt nodded the most enthusiastically this time. William IV, many plantation owners were unable to pay taxes because they were too high, so they had to sell their land at low prices or have their land confiscated. This caused a sharp drop in land prices, by 50% minus 70%. Part of these lands were sold to poor white people and indigenous people, which formed small indigenous farmers. This can effectively solve the dissatisfaction of both the indigenous and white poor. General and Thorbecke also agreed, and Secretary of Agriculture Gates agreed from the bottom of his heart. William IV, third, reward and support industry and commerce, subsidize railways, and promote the development of the commodity economy. We should learn from the province of New South Wales where Sydney is located. In order to support this policy, the province has issued hundreds of company charters and specially established laws to stipulate that if the profits of some industrial and commercial enterprises are less than 4%, they will be exempted from taxes and fees, thereby increasing everyone's desire to do business. Industry Minister Wim Cotter, Your Majesty, this method will greatly stimulate the enthusiasm for business throughout the Netherlands. William IV, the investment of local governments in railways is also very huge. For each section of railway built, the state government will subsidize 200,000 Dutch guilders. I think a 20-year railway bond of 250 million Dutch guilders, £10 million, should be established in the Ministry of Finance to subsidize railway construction. Transport Minister John also agreed very much, because in this way, the mobilization of funds for the construction of transportation infrastructure has been settled, and private funds can also stimulate potential. William IV, the incentive and stimulus policies of the overseas provincial governments for industry and commerce have increased the investment of local developed businessmen and capital owners in the overseas provinces, and increased funds and trade between the local and overseas provinces, which will promote the economic development of the overseas provinces. At the same time, it also creates business opportunities for those speculators. More and more people will get rich overnight. As the business environment improves, more and more people will join in. In this regard, white people have an innate advantage. Ross, the Dutch Minister of Justice, said, as long as the money is obtained legally, it is worth encouraging the economic growth model. William IV finally said, the education system needs to be reformed and more free public schools should be opened. This was first implemented in the mainland and the Dutch East Indies. Everyone has seen the effects. The Australian continent is following in the footsteps of the first two places. White people have completed primary education 100%, but the literacy rate of indigenous people in the Far East is only 40%, and in Africa it is only 10%. The illiteracy rate of African indigenous people is as high as over 90%. Education Minister Ruud Bels was ashamed when he heard this. William IV said, I know this challenge is huge, but there are only so many white people in the Netherlands, and with the white immigrants from Europe, there are less than 13 million people. This greatly limits the potential of the Netherlands to grow and become a world power. Therefore, the remaining 19 million natives are the key to our growth. It will be very important for us to use them well. Provincial and municipal governments should realize that if they want to have a good economic development, they must rely on a large number of talents, not only the top white high-end talents, but also the low-end labor of the indigenous people. Some light industries such as clothing manufacturing need these labors that are not very skilled but indispensable. In that case, more white Dutch labor will be released to other more critical fields. William IV said to Education Minister Ruud Bels and Finance Minister Jan van Capelt, education is the only way to cultivate talents, so we must increase investment in education funds and provide poor white people and colored indigenous people with low-cost or even free education opportunities. William IV thought that at that time the main funding for the overseas provinces of the Netherlands came from the Freedmen's Bureau established in the early days of the Netherlands and local religious groups. From 1865 to 1868, the government's Freedmen's Bureau's education funding had increased from 10 million Dutch guilders to 50 million Dutch guilders, £2 million or $10 million, while the education funds raised by religious groups reached 80 million Dutch guilders, £3.2 million, more than 1.5 times that of the government. This shows how powerful the appeal of the Pope in the Netherlands is. Education Minister Ruud Bels, the Ministry of Education has already started more projects and is ready to launch. We have established many educational facilities from kindergartens to colleges. Now the vast majority of indigenous people have also realized the importance of education. Some indigenous wealthy people have also raised funds to build creative schools. From 1866 to 1868, the funding for indigenous schools has reached 4 million Dutch guilders, and the enrollment rate of indigenous children has also doubled. William IV nodded and said to Prime Minister Thorbecke and Interior Minister John Rule next to him, "I just mentioned religious fundraising and indigenous self-raised funds to build schools. This involves the fifth item I want to talk about, which is the rise of charity. Affected by the different situations in various parts of the Netherlands overseas and the different levels of poverty, the overseas provinces have also learned from the local area to build hospitals, orphanages, nursing homes and other medical assistance institutions, and also provide social welfare for the indigenous people. These are all based on the situation, but what should be done must be done. In short, we must firmly grasp the indigenous people in our hands, let them feel the tangible benefits, and let them understand that without the rule of the Netherlands, they are nothing. Only in this way can we win their sense of belonging, rather than forcing them to surrender." William IV said to Bill Charley, Director of the Royal Netherlands Intelligence Agency, and Mackay Sean, Director of the Netherlands International Intelligence Agency, "In this regard, your intelligence agency can use the resources at hand to drive public opinion, especially the propaganda of newspapers must be in place, so as to assist the Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of Education and other major departments to carry out their work." Bill Charley and Mackay Sean responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 543, Tenancy and Crop Mortgage in the Netherlands. While William IV and his Privy Council were discussing how the Netherlands could stop the possible unrest among the African natives, there was also a country in America that was discussing them, or even stealing their ideas. This country was the United States of America. Johnson Andrew was discussing the situation of the United States of America with his Secretary of State Randy Blash and Finance Minister James. And this time, Secretary of State Randy Blash had just returned from Sydney in the far east of the Netherlands, where he had just attended a meeting of foreign ministers of the Deep Blue Pacific Partnership hosted by the Netherlands. In addition to the foreign ministers of the Netherlands and the United States of America, there were also foreign ministers of member countries such as Spain, Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, and Mexico. In addition, the Netherlands also invited foreign ministers of the organization's core partner countries, such as the Russian Empire, the Ottoman Empire, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, to attend the meeting. The countries discussed maintaining the rules and order in the Pacific Ocean, mainly expressing the plans of naval exercises that each country will host in turn in the region. The countries will also hold economic and trade consultation meetings in the region, initially at the level of Deputy Ministers of Industry and Commerce, and then promoted to ministerial level. The countries also discussed establishing financial cooperation, because the trade centered on the Kingdom of the Netherlands has increased greatly, accounting for the majority of the countries. At present, the countries have agreed to use the Dutch guilder to trade in the Pacific Ocean. Next, they may hold meetings with the ministers of finance to discuss issues such as currency exchange. However, progress may be slow at present. We also held a meeting in Sydney on the issue of reducing import and export tariffs. At present, industrial and agricultural powers such as the Netherlands and the United States are in favor, but Spain is somewhat opposed. However, under the strong support of the Netherlands, Spain's opposition seems to have become somewhat smaller. Randy Black began his report. President Andrew, James, what do you think of the topics discussed by the organization? Finance Minister James, we are both of Dutch descent. Emotionally speaking, I also agree with the Dutch approach. However, since I am currently the Secretary of Finance of the United States of America, I have doubts about this. Andrew, what doubts? Blythe. James, if the Netherlands allows other countries to use the Dutch guilder, what will be the appropriate exchange rate? This is what we should discuss most. Fortunately, it is not known whether this will be beneficial or detrimental to the United States. Therefore, I still agree that gold is the most suitable currency to measure, because gold has the largest circulation, followed by silver. Metal currency may be more attractive than the Dutch guilder. Andrew, that's right. I think this is also where countries have doubts. Blanche nodded in agreement. James followed up. Spain is right to have doubts about the tax reduction plan. Currently, Spain's industrial economy is not the best in Europe. If taxes are reduced too much compared to the UK, the Netherlands, Prussia and France, it will cause great damage to Spain's domestic industrial manufacturing. Blythe, this is also the reason why Spain is dissatisfied. Andrew, why did Spain compromise in the end? Blythe looked at James with the same curiosity, and said, because the Netherlands expressed its intention to provide 10 million Dutch guilders, £400,000 $2 million, as aid funding for the project to help countries provide industrial manufacturing. James, is the Netherlands so good? Andrew also looked at Blythe with suspicion. Blythe, there are limitations. The projects that the Netherlands requires assistance for must be in the Pacific region. Andrew showed an expression of as expected, there is no free lunch in the world. President Andrew turned to the country and asked, after the Civil War, in the current reconstruction process in the South, what do we need to do? Finance Minister James. Secretary of State Blinken, on this point, I think we should learn from the Netherlands. Andrew and James. Secretary of State Blythe, in the Dutch Far East in Africa, tenancy has become the main mode of production for the Netherlands to govern the agricultural economy of the Far East and African territories. Before the British rule in these areas, referring to Australia, the Netherlands occupied most of the land with large plantations, but lost slaves as labor in the process. As the Netherlands changed its governance methods, the situation improved. Finance Minister James, I have heard of this. It is said that the UK is currently learning and preparing to start in Canada. Blythe, yes, although we, the United States of America, have not completely taken back the South, there are still a large number of plantations in Tennessee and the western states. With a demand for the removal of slaves and the liberation of black slaves during the Lincoln presidency, we lost the slave labor force. The large-scale destruction of the economy of the West and the South caused by the war has made plantation owners lack funds to hire labor. At the same time, after gaining their freedom, slaves are unable to purchase production funds and materials, let alone obtain land. The liberated slaves have no way to become self-reliant or become hired workers. If this continues for a long time, it will cause great unrest in society. He said, therefore, we can learn from the Netherlands and encourage large American plantation owners who are unable to hire labor to divide their land into small plots and rent them out to blacks or poor whites. According to the Dutch, the Netherlands calls it the tenancy system. Andrew, how many years has this tenancy system been implemented in the Netherlands? Blythe, it is said that it started in 1865 and is currently being implemented in the Far East in Africa. It is said that many local indigenous people have become small farmers. No wonder the natives in the Netherlands rarely make trouble. Once the tenancy system came out, it stabilized the society. James asked curiously about the specific operation of the tenancy system in the Netherlands. The tenancy system can be roughly divided into cash tenancy system and grain tenancy system. Its specific form is more complicated. The tenants provide their own production materials, rent the land of the landowner, and pay cash or part of the harvest as rent during the autumn harvest. This method is called cash tenancy system. James, will the tenants in this way be exploited by commercial capital in disguise? Blythe said, exploitation is certain, but they are relatively independent. In the Netherlands, they are called tenant farmers. This group of people only accounts for a small part of the tenancy system and does not dominate. Andrew asked curiously, the grain tenancy system is the big one. Blythe, yes, the grain tenancy system is the main agricultural production method in the Netherlands. It is not only in the Far East in Africa, but also has been fed back to the European mainland of the Netherlands. Many native Europeans have also begun to use this method to participate in the planting of poor white people. James, it has also been implemented in the Netherlands. It seems that the method should be good. Andrew said, how does the grain tenancy system work? Blythe, shareholding and sharecropping are two forms of the grain sharing system. In the Dutch Far East in Africa, most of the natives in these parts of the Netherlands are sharecroppers. They only own a small amount of production materials such as cotton seeds and farm tools, and have no land. At the time of harvest, they need to pay 1/4 or 1/3 of the total harvest as rent, and usually pay in kind. Sharecroppers often have nothing. All the production materials and tools they use are provided by the landowner, and then they cultivate for the landowner according to the requirements of the landowner, and pay half of the harvest and 2/3 as rent to the landowner. The grain-sharing native farmers occupy more than 80% of the Dutch Far East in Africa. Andrew and James couldn't help frowning and said, Will this cause the gap between the rich and the poor among the natives to become wider and wider? Bosch smiled bitterly and said, "This is also something that can't be helped. In Europe, no one will think this is wrong, right? White people are the protagonists of this world. If this is not done, the Thorbecke government will become the target of the Dutch white attack, and it will also make the Netherlands an alternative in the white world of Europe. In that case, the Netherlands will face isolation." President Andrew and Secretary of the Treasury James were silent after hearing this. White people are the most powerful group in the world. If the interests of white people are not protected, then any European government will face the fate of being eliminated. No one would think that the Dutch government is a bunch of fools, so the Dutch approach is very much recognized by several people. André finally gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Let's follow the Dutch approach and implement it in the south and west of the United States of America." James asked, "Will this make those guys in the Confederacy follow suit?" In Amsterdam, the Netherlands, William IV was discussing the tenant system and crop mortgage system with members of the Privy Council. Grain sharecroppers are exploited by high-liability loan merchants, local Dutch bankers and large plantation owners. Local bankers lend money to large plantation owners, and large plantation owners lend high-liability loans to tenants in the form of credit supply of production and living materials. Large plantation owners sell these items at high prices, but lower the prices when they convert the farmers' harvests in the end. William IV sneered, "Once the tenants are unable to repay, the new principal will become the original principal plus all the interest. Therefore, for the tenants, accepting the payment in cash is a risky practice, and they will easily fall into it and be heavily in debt." At the same time, the major plantation owners instigated the provincial governments to introduce laws to treat the tenants' interruption of contracts as a crime in order to tie the tenants to the land. How dare the Dutch whites be dissatisfied? How dare they express their dissatisfaction in this way? The government has made policies that are beneficial to them. If they are still not satisfied, do they want to force the natives to rebel? If the Netherlands has a friendly policy like former American President Lincoln, who casually releases a friendly policy to the natives, will the natives directly overthrow the Dutch government's rule there? Are those people pig-headed? Go back and tell them not to tell me to learn from Britain. The Netherlands is not Britain. If anyone likes Britain, get out of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Chapter 544, Governing the Country with Business? Dutch Prime Minister Thorbecke understood why William IV was so angry, so he stood up and said, "If the Netherlands wants to grow stronger, population is definitely the shortcoming of the Netherlands. Whether it is labor or market, we need the cooperation of the indigenous people." In 1865, in order to protect the white people from the loss caused by the joining of the indigenous people, our government, with the support of His Majesty, completed a vagrant law and passed it. The passage of this law made the unemployed workers subject to 6 to 12 months of imprisonment or a fine of 10,000 Dutch guilders. In fact, in this case, once the tenants owed debts, they could only repay the debts in the form of labor service, thus forming a more cruel labor debt repayment system. These tenants were subject to the white creditors in life and production. There was no economic independence, and the debts were repaid with all the labor, and the debt rights were transferred or exchanged between the major plantation owners, making the exploitation more serious. It can be seen that the grain sharing system not only had the transition of the capitalist agricultural structure, but also was based on the cruel deprivation of tenants. In order to help the white people consolidate their dominant position, Your Majesty and I both understand that this economic form has greatly hindered the economic development of the entire Dutch Far East in Africa, and has also made the Dutch Far East and African agriculture develop slowly. What is it for? It is to consolidate the status of the Dutch white people. I hope that you can understand the painstaking efforts of Your Majesty and me in this choice, and I also hope that everyone present can promote it. Thorbecke said, this economic form has strengthened the capital connection between plantation owners in some remote areas of the Far East and Africa away from coastal cities and the industrial and financial capital of coastal cities, becoming capitalist plantation owners, and the original slaves have also evolved into a new class of tenants with incomplete personal freedom and incomplete production materials. Under the control of the plantation owners, the indigenous tenants cannot get rid of their dependence on the land, nor can they become free wage laborers. Even what to plant must be decided by our white capitalists and consortiums. He pointed out, you can imagine the old example of the Netherlands in the 17th and 18th centuries. The huge profits of tulips in the European market prompted the Dutch capitalists to compete for the development of tulip planting. The plantation owners needed the capital provided by the capitalists, so they also followed the capitalists' profitable requirements. Tulips became a common cash crop in southern plantations. William IV, when tulips were worth investing in, this production method enabled Dutch capitalists to make greater profits, but if this method encountered a drop in prices, disaster would befall. The single economic structure has seriously constrained the development of agriculture in the Far East and Africa of the Netherlands, making the agricultural economy in Africa, in particular, generally lag behind the rest of the country. Of course, in order to control the indigenous people, we need the backward economy in Africa. For this reason, we can understand that the African economy is slower, but the government does not want to see any racial conflicts, especially involving Dutch whites. In fact, William IV's concerns were correct. In his previous life, he had seen a news article about the blood shirt issue in the United States in the mid to late 19th century. It was about a congressman from Massachusetts who publicly displayed a blood-stained shirt of an Ohio speculator in order to incite voters in the northern states. The speculator was driven by terrorists in Mississippi. The congressman used this to remind everyone that the Democrats had caused the South to secede from the Union, attempted to split their country, plunged them into a panic of war, and assassinated Lincoln. Once the Democrats came to power again, they would repeat the same mistakes and destroy all the efforts and sacrifices made by everyone in the Civil War. Many Republican congressmen used the bloody shirts to attract more support, cover up the real problems, and divert Northern voters' attention from their shortcomings. A Republican speaker even declared in a speech in 1878, "Anyone who attempts to destroy this country is a Democrat." Soldiers, every scar on your heroic body was left by the Democrats. It can be seen that the bloody shirts not only provided shelter and excuses for incompetent people, but also many decent people were instigated during the voting. So William IV said, "At present, the natives of the Netherlands need to reduce the resources that are instigated. On the contrary, the Netherlands needs to add a lock on it, trapping the natives in the Netherlands and keeping the agitators outside out." He ordered Foreign Minister Gijsbert van, after the diplomatic conference, summoned the British ambassador to the Netherlands immediately to protest against the other party's interference in our internal affairs in African territory. At the same time, solemnly express our dissatisfaction with Britain's provocation of the Netherlands and ask Britain to correct it. Otherwise, we will make a strong counterattack and bear the consequences at our own risk. Gijsbert van said, "Yes, Your Majesty." William IV said to Finance Minister Capello, when negotiating currency issues with the entire Deep Blue Pacific Partnership, "You can start with precious metals. In short, I hope that in the Pacific, the Dutch guilder will become the most important major currency in 10 years. Remember, it is not one of the most important." Capello also agreed. William IV said, "Due to internal and external factors in recent years, governments in the region have incurred a large amount of war debts. When borrowing and taxation could not be repaid, they had to postpone coin payments and issue their own paper money in their own countries. However, the people in each country could not accept this change for the time being. They suspected that the government's move was to avoid passing unpopular tax laws, and believed that issuing such paper money would bring inflation risks. Even in the United States of America, many people called for a return to precious metal currencies. It can be seen that precious metals are the standards recognized by all countries. The Dutch guilder can be bound to the equivalent of precious metals in the future, and will gradually be accepted by capitalists and people around the world who seek stability, and finally surpass the pound to become a world-class currency. Precious metals have become the standard of value measurement in any era and any region of human society. This law will not be abolished by the Earth's gravity, nor will it be abolished by bills of the Congress of each country. William IV said to the Minister of Industry, Wim Cotter, in addition, the tariff issue is also a big problem for the Netherlands. I have received intelligence about Spain and the United States. In the United States and Spain, except for economists who conduct theoretical analysis, almost no one supports lowering tariffs. Businessmen believe that high tariffs are beneficial to block competition from overseas products, while workers are convinced that tariffs protect industry and create jobs. At the same time, they prevent cheap labor from indigenous people or labor from neighboring poor countries from entering the country and lowering their wages. Even the farmers of these two countries support the tariff protection policy, because the agricultural product market does not have much overseas competitiveness at all, at least when facing Dutch agricultural products, it is at a disadvantage. Therefore, The Netherlands will have a tough battle to fight in future tariff negotiations with various countries. At this point, the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, etc. need to cooperate well. In fact, with the development of Dutch technology, many industries no longer need high tariffs to compete with overseas. Tariffs have actually become a political issue instead of an economic issue. The same is true for the United States of America, a newly emerging power. The Republican Party ostensibly recognized tariff reforms, but when it really needed to submit a reform plan for discussion, it secretly traded votes with other representatives and set the highest tariffs for its own industry. Whenever the Democratic Party leaders tried to propose lowering tariffs, Democratic Party members from industrial states, such as New York and Pennsylvania, would stand on the Republican side. Therefore, no one really paid attention to the actual public needs and national interests. All tariff reform parliaments eventually became politicians lobbying each other and intrigue. This is not only the case in the United States of America, but also in Spain, Mexico, etc. In the Netherlands, it is actually more suitable for the most intense oil for the wars between the major consortiums and capitalists. In the Privy Council, many officials are representatives of major consortiums. The Netherlands has been the first country in the world to control the internal affairs, foreign affairs, military affairs, and politics of the Netherlands for several centuries, and even became a world-class power at that time. It is experienced in this regard. Previously, his great-grandfather William I relied mainly on the financial, material and personal connections of the Nassau family to become the ruler of the Netherlands, Kingdom of Jutland. Later, his grandfather William I gained political support through marriage to the Russian Empire. Even so, he only received secondary support from Britain after his great-grandfather was forced to sell out Belgium. It can be said that the Nassau family's control over the Netherlands was not very strict. By the time of his father William I, Belgium, with the support of Britain, had overwhelmed the Netherlands. At this time, many people in the Netherlands even believed that Leopold I of Belgium was more suitable for managing the Netherlands than his father William I, but this was only a minority. It was under such circumstances that William was reborn. The first thing he did after his rebirth was to increase his control over the Dutch consortium. For this reason, William became the controller of the kingdom's largest consortium during his reign as Crown Prince, and he became the largest shareholder and chairman of the Dutch East India Company. In order to avoid a single dominant power and the royal family's over-reliance on the ancient local families in the internal structure of the Dutch East India Company, William established the Dutch Far East Weapons Company in 1857, which was comparable to the weapons department of the Dutch East India Company in terms of weapons. Using this as a springboard, the Netherlands began to establish a full range of development including science and technology industry in 1866. It can be said that the Dutch Far East Group and the Dutch East India Company formed the Dutch world-leading consortium political twins, with William IV as the remote controller behind the scenes. Period. Perhaps if we were to find examples for comparison in later generations, only the importance and monopoly of South Korea's Samsung Group and Sweden's Wallenberg Group to the country could be compared. William even suspected in his previous life that these people's idols were precisely the Dutch East India Company's rule in the Netherlands in the 17th and 18th centuries and the establishment of governing the country through business. Chapter 545 The Two-Party System in the Netherlands. William IV said to Prime Minister Thorbecke, "The last one is the problem of the civil service system. The management of the cabinet government of the Kingdom of the Netherlands seems to be increasingly inefficient as the overseas territories increase. Successive governments have dispersed their energy on trivial matters such as interest distribution and political struggles, especially the Dutch Parliament. At present, it seems that the Dutch Parliament is in conflict with the interests of the Dutch East India Company and the Dutch Far East Group, which has forced many Dutch people to admit that the entire Dutch bureaucracy needs a huge revolution." Thorbecke's face turned pale when he heard this. Although William IV's voice was gentle, speaking in front of so many people made him and many of his cabinet members feel a little hot. William IV, with the development of Dutch society and the growth of territory, the current number of Dutch government officials has increased from 51,000 before I inherited the throne in 1861 to 257,000 at the end of 1868. The expansion of institutions should assume more functions, and their management should also have more professionalism, but in fact, the bloated and complicated personnel have only brought a lot of corruption and waste. The more he spoke, the hotter Thorbecke felt. William IV, Do you want me to give you an example? Without waiting for their answer, William IV said self-deprecatingly, I heard an interesting thing not long ago. When a local current affairs commentator in Rotterdam described the scene at the Rotterdam customs, the commentator said that it was full of bribing merchants, clerks and errand runners, as well as corrupt office workers who shamelessly seek high selling prices. William IV took a deep breath and said, if the Netherlands is famous for this, I think it may be easy for the Netherlands to become a great power, because it can just bribe the major powers, so why fight a war? Our Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, please tell me if you agree with this statement. Without waiting for Thorbecke to speak, William IV continued to press on. Although almost everyone has seen that the reform of the civil service system is imperative, every politician is looking for various reasons to evade responsibility and refuse to hand over the power in their hands. Both the liberals and the Christians symbolically wrote the reform of the civil service system into their political programs. In fact, once a reformer who truly proposed a professional and correct management system appeared, the two factions often ignored it. They defended those who arbitrarily placed incompetent personnel, believing that they were a group of staff who had worked for elections and were tolerant and loyal to the government. Some Dutch politicians did not show the intention to take practical action on the reforms at hand. At this point, William IV stopped. Seeing that William IV no longer continued to find faults, even the always shrewd Thorbecke seemed to be relieved, which made the Foreign Minister Hisbert van and the Finance Minister Capello beside him secretly surprised, because in so many years, it was the first time they saw Thorbecke so embarrassed. But it also let them see how strong William IV was. Therefore, several people couldn't help but lower their heads and silently worried about Thorbecke. William IV looked at Thorbecke, who just looked up. The latter seemed to be stimulated and said, Your Majesty, what do you think we should do? He seemed a little angry, but also seemed to be bowing his head to William IV. If the latter was the majority, then it means that Thorbecke, who was very strong during the reign of the former King William III, was finally conquered by the son of William III. This is definitely a very significant change in the Dutch political arena, at least that's how the lower classes of Dutch society see it. Compared with many hypocritical and clumsy Dutch white politicians, I think the indigenous forces in the Far East and Africa are more suitable for liberals. Therefore, I think the future direction of liberals can be a political party that the natives of the Netherlands around the world are vying to join, while the Christians can be white conservatives. In that case, the Netherlands will be more adept at controlling international affairs. Thorbecke and other members of the Privy Council were collectively stunned. His Majesty William IV actually suggested that the liberals reform again and absorb the indigenous elements as the new strength of the party. At the same time, it was said that in the future, this would promote the reform of the power distribution between the two parties in the Netherlands, and the Christians would become the Dutch whites with the highest position. They were able to be agreed by William IV to become members of the highest position in the Dutch political arena, and their status was higher than that of the Prime Minister's cabinet members. Naturally, there would be no fools. After a moment, they understood the intention of William IV's request. Among them, Ross, as the Minister of Justice of the Netherlands, is now in the limelight internationally, which comes from the organization that dominates the International Hague Court. Therefore, he has become more and more proficient in politics with experience. He couldn't help but take the lead and said, Your Majesty means that in the future, the liberals will use the minority as the foundation of the party, while the conservative Christians will discriminate against or attack the minority. In this way, under the control of one black face and one white face, both the natives of the Far East and the natives of Africa will be taken under the control of the Netherlands. It's just that Your Majesty puts these natives in the pocket of the liberals, not the other side of the conservatives. Ross's face suddenly showed admiration and said, In this way, the liberals control the natives, and the conservatives put a rope around the necks of those arrogant white people, so that they can control them. William IV's ideal was made public. Everyone was shocked by William IV's bold approach, and at the same time they were deeply attracted by such a grand plan. It must be said that His Majesty's plan seems perfect. If there is a flaw, the only problem is whether the minority is safe in the liberals. After all, this may be a disaster for the royal family in the event of rebellion. However, everyone present knows how powerful William IV's control is at present. The two parties in the Netherlands are just running errands. So this plan is perfect. Thorbecke said, If Your Majesty does this, will it cause other countries such as Britain to follow suit or take notice? William IV asked in return, You are afraid that the United States will follow suit, right? Thorbecke said seriously, the United States is currently experiencing a civil war, and people's hearts are unsettled. During the Lincoln era, in order to bring black people from both the North and the South under its banner, the shackles on black people were removed in a high-profile manner, liberating black slaves. These black slaves were almost brought under the banner of the Republican Party, which made the Democratic Party breathless. Therefore, I am afraid that the United States will follow suit if the Netherlands plays with the natives in this way, and even do it better than us. William Ivey waved his hand and said, "The United States does not have this foundation at present." Thorbecke asked, "Why?" William Ivey pondered for a while, then said, "Because, in the development of the American West, the Indians will not easily compromise. I am afraid that the Democratic Party will follow suit and recruit Indians in order to fight against the Republican Party's recruitment of blacks. Don't forget that the Republican Party is the executioner of the Indian Massacre." Chapter 546, The Amazing Case of Madagascar. On April 20, 1869, the Dutch liberals announced that they would recruit party members to join the Liberal Party in Africa and the Far East. The move of the liberals made many natives in the Far East and Africa of the Netherlands welcome it. However, the Christians were indifferent and said that they would not change their original intentions. So the international community saw that among the liberals, many liberals who were originally conservative and centrists expressed their unwillingness to accept the transformation of the liberals led by liberal leaders such as Thorbecke, so they would quit the party and announce their joining of the Christians at the same time. And many people in the Christians also followed the transformation of the liberals and came to the liberals. Such a big change in the ruling party and the opposition party in the Netherlands has attracted the attention of the international community. They were all surprised why the Netherlands did this. With a deeper understanding, I found out that it was all because of Britain behind the scenes. Britain actually used the close relationship between the natives in the colonial Sudan and the natives in Congo, Uganda and Kenya in the Netherlands, as well as the natives in the British colonies on the Malay Peninsula to influence the natives on the island of Kalimantan in the Netherlands, so that these natives who were still too lazy to express dissatisfaction with the local Dutch provincial government, municipal government and town government where white people occupied a key position. Obviously, the British are trying to cause the natives of the Netherlands to support the challenge to the Dutch rule when they are dissatisfied with the Dutch rule. Now the Netherlands has countered the British move and held back the turmoil launched by the British, and the effect seems to be very effective. This makes many people in the international community sigh that the Netherlands is still the same Netherlands, and the British are still unable to defeat the Netherlands in this kind of battle with the Netherlands. British Empire, Buckingham Palace. Prime Minister Disraeli is meeting with the British Crown Prince Edward and Queen Victoria at Buckingham Palace. Speaking of which, this time the British launched an attack on the natives of the Dutch African natives against the Netherlands, which began when Crown Prince Edward instigated Queen Victoria to allow him to make a final flank attack on William Ivey. And Prime Minister Disraeli was just an assistant throughout the whole process. The method was immature. If it was Disraeli, he would never let the Netherlands deal with it so easily. Now the Netherlands has obviously directly taken the native elites under its banner, and immediately resolved the trick launched by Crown Prince Edward. He understood that this was the opening move prepared by Queen Victoria for the future British king. No king can do it directly, and they all go through training. Prince Edward said angrily, "It must be William Ivey who hits back at me this time. Only he would play like this." Thorbecke, the old fool, would never dare to use such a big move. If he hadn't taken action, wouldn't the Thorbecke government also lose a layer of skin? After saying this, he sighed with great regret. It must be admitted that he never seemed to win after confronting William Ivey. Every time the two of them competed, he was always the one who lost. Since the two of them competed for his favorite Danish Princess Alexandra, his queen in the previous life, now William Ivey's Queen of the Netherlands, and lost, he has been losing until now. Queen Victoria waited for him to complain, and then pointed her cold expression at Disraeli. Now is not the future. Queen Victoria, who holds a great power in the hands of the British Prime Minister, is almost a mascot in the British Queen and later generations, except for being the most powerful person in the national military. The reason is naturally because the so-called democratization promoted by the United States for many years has successfully diluted the status of the European royal family in the hearts of the people. Let European countries, whether constitutional monarchy or presidential system, have no difference with the American system. Only in this way can the United States break the loyalty of the countries to the royal family, and these European elites will immigrate to the United States, or the United States can use them and support them to become the agents of the United States in European countries, and then maintain the United States in Europe, whether commercial or strategic. However, in the United Kingdom now, the status of the royal family is absolutely unattainable for the Prime Minister, and the status of Queen Victoria is one of the few powerful British kings who has concentrated all the power in the United Kingdom in recent years. Under such circumstances, Prime Minister Disraeli can only report on his work almost every day. The so-called acting according to Queen Victoria's face has actually become the most important thing for several British prime ministers in recent years. Queen Victoria's face was cold, and Disraeli and Crown Prince Edward were shocked and couldn't help but lower their heads a little. Queen Victoria, since 1864, the Liberal Party has become the most influential faction in the United Kingdom of the Netherlands, including the mainland, the Far East, Africa, and the Americas, under the leadership of Prime Minister Thorbecke's cabinet in the past 8 years. Now, in order to counter the disputes between whites and indigenous peoples provoked by Britain, William IV has put forward a practice of liberalism to include indigenous peoples. As a result, the Netherlands has consolidated its dominance in the Far East in Africa, but made Britain an international laughingstock. The Liberal Party has currently established a Grand Committee in Sydney, and has established state committees in the capitals of the provinces in the Far East and Africa of the Netherlands, and has established grassroots committees in the city constituencies of these provinces. Small branches are even more numerous, such as Uganda and Congo next to our colonial Sudan. It is said that there are 500 branches in both places. Prime Minister Disraeli, tell me, how can Britain continue to promote the indigenous people who influenced the Netherlands there to challenge the rule of the Dutch whites? Please tell me, okay. Disraeli smiled bitterly and said, in 1868, the Christian sect in the Netherlands had 230,000 party members. The liberals in the United Kingdom of the Netherlands had 300,000 party members, and various branches established indigenous party organizations. At that time, the number of indigenous party members exceeded 10,000, but in the past week, this number has doubled to 23,000. It is conceivable that the indigenous component of the liberals will increase in the future, although the number of people entering these two parties will not increase too quickly due to strictness. But after the liberals won over the indigenous people, it was an absolute certainty that the Netherlands' position would be consolidated. The indigenous people would no longer focus on resisting the government of the Kingdom of the Netherlands and the royal family, but would focus on effectively fighting the white political parties of the Christian sect. However, they were framed in factional disputes by His Majesty William IV and Prime Minister Thorbecke, and the contradictions that the indigenous people were about to make a fuss about were instantly suppressed. Crown Prince Edward also smiled bitterly and said, I originally wanted to lead the Dutch natives to fight against the Dutch whites, and to demonstrate against the promulgation of the Dutch racial inequality policy. During the Great Construction trend in the Far East, these natives played an important role in the hypothetical trend. If the natives rebel or go on strike, etc., triggering a chain reaction, the Dutch white population is only more than 12 million, which will definitely cause difficulties for the industrialization process in the Far East, and then slow down the speed of the Netherlands to catch up with the British economic scale. Even so, the Netherlands may fall into a civil war like the United States, and the Netherlands may even have a civil war in the three major regions of the homeland, the Far East, and Africa. If it really happens, then the challenge of the Netherlands to the British Empire will become a joke. Queen Victoria sneered, but in the current situation, you lost, your plan did not come true, right? In 1867, the Confederate States of the United States had more than 500,000 members in various regions of Tennessee and western states, and each branch also formed a 10,000 black militia. At present, these people are secretly fighting with the Ku Klux Klan of the Confederate States of the South. At present, the Confederate States of the United States of America has used its voice in both the Republican and Democratic parties, and blacks, as the emerging main force of the Confederate States of the United States of America, have played an important role in the grassroots organizations of the Confederate States of the United States of America. This is something that the Confederate States of America, which we support, cannot ignore when facing its powerful northern neighbor. This is something that the U.S. state government and the federal army cannot compare to. For example, the Confederate States of America emulated the Kingdom of the Netherlands to promote the smooth progress of federal constitutional and democratic reforms, black, indigenous, voting rights, And the most important thing is to effectively curb the activities of the Confederate States of the South, or infiltrate the Confederate States of the South. They have all achieved the goal of curbing the spread of negative factors and providing unparalleled assistance in counterattacking the South. Queen Victoria therefore said, "The current practice of the Netherlands has actually been fulfilled in the United States of America. Your current rebellion against the Dutch natives has actually helped the Netherlands find an excuse to further attack the natives, and it is difficult for the international community to intervene. It can be said to be a stupid move that loses both the wife and the army. Only you can be smart." Queen Victoria's ruthless criticism made Prince Edward more nervous. Disraeli paid more attention to it. Obviously, the Queen's attitude this time seemed a little wrong, but he couldn't tell what the problem was for a while. Disraeli said, "The Netherlands has begun to make the greatest progress in people's livelihood in recent years among all European countries. William IV has even become the most concerned ruler in the world for this. In terms of defending the so-called democratic power that William IV has always advocated, the natives have also performed very actively. In April 1868, the province of Madagascar ended martial law and was officially incorporated into the system of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. In May, the provincial parliament of Madagascar was held. At this meeting, there was a motion to undermine the democratic rights of black indigenous peoples, which was a resolution to expel black indigenous members. Faced with a serious act of destroying the nation, Turner, the leader of the Dutch Native Association and the leader of the Senator of the United Kingdom of the Netherlands, was very indignant about the Parliament's adoption of this resolution and strongly condemned the Christians and conservative forces who initiated this agreement. In the end, the leader of the indigenous parliamentarians gathered 124 indigenous representatives from provinces, cities and towns in the Kingdom of the Netherlands to hold a meeting, held a demonstration and protest, and finally directly sued William IV. William IV finally accepted the qualified protest and asked the Dutch Parliament to review the resolution and correct this wrong activity. The Indigenous Rights Protection Action organized by the indigenous Senator Turner was supported by the Dutch Parliament. The most important thing was William IV's statement. In the end, the Parliament decided that the Madagascar Island Provincial Parliament did not agree to readmit and restore the legal political rights of black indigenous members, so the Kingdom of the Netherlands Parliament would not accept members from the Madagascar Island Province to enter the Kingdom of the Netherlands Parliament. Disraeli sighed, "William IV has already won the hearts of the black natives last year with this, so if we take ruthless action in this regard now, it seems that the effect will be discounted." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, The British Crown Prince is imprisoned again. Queen Victoria turned her eyes and stared at her son, Crown Prince Edward. Prince Edward explained, "But at that time, I heard that the Provincial Council of Madagascar completely ignored the decision of the Dutch Parliament. It is said that not only did the Provincial Council of Madagascar not revoke the resolution, but it rejected the 11th Amendment to the Constitution of the United Kingdom of the Netherlands in the second month." "But," Queen Victoria sarcastically said, "but what? Why don't you continue? Let me help you finish." Faced with a confrontation of the Provincial Council of Madagascar, the Dutch Parliament had to expel the province from the United Kingdom Parliament and restore martial law. It decided that the province would not return to the United Kingdom Parliament after approving the 11th Amendment to the United Kingdom of the Netherlands. Even after the start of martial law, the commander of the military region revoked the qualifications of 20 members of the Christian sect of Madagascar, and the Parliament was reorganized. The reorganized province supported the Reconstruction Bill, agreed to restore the legal political status of the indigenous people, and approved the 11th Amendment. It passed laws such as the women's suffrage law and the prison reform law to promote the process of democratization. The senators and members of the House of Representatives of Madagascar finally returned to the United Kingdom Parliament in September 1868. Under such circumstances, I don't know why you think this is a way to pry open the contradiction between the natives and the Dutch whites. Or do you think that this can make the Netherlands more troubled? If so, I think you, the Crown Prince of the British Empire, are wasting taxpayer money?" Disraeli's eyes widened immediately, and then he immediately turned his eyes away. What does the Queen mean by this? The previous tone was a little wrong. Now he directly said that Prince Edward was wasting taxpayers' money. The next step will not be to directly express that Prince Edward is not suitable to be the crown prince anymore, right? If so, it will definitely shock the world. Queen Victoria has always disliked Prince Edward, especially the cause of death of her husband, Prince Albert, because in 1861, Prince Albert went to Cambridge to care about his situation, but died of injuries 2 weeks after returning. Therefore, the middle-aged widowed Queen Victoria blamed the death of her late husband on the absurdity of Prince Edward, and since then, she has never allowed him to ask about politics and royal family affairs, and her favorability has dropped to a low point. Disraeli thought to himself, now that we have given Prince Edward so many opportunities, it seems that the family relationship remains, but will it be the last chance? A storm before dawn? If so, what should we, the conservative Tories, do? Thinking of this, he suddenly had a headache. At this time, Prince Edward's eyes for help also shot over. Disraeli had an even bigger headache. In order to minimize the loss of points for Prince Edward in front of Queen Victoria, he knew that if he did not stand up at this time and express the Tory party's support for Prince Edward, the Queen might choose to move towards abolishing Prince Edward. This would put the Tory party in a more passive position. Disraeli, Your Majesty, I think His Royal Highness actually has some truth in what he says. He looked at Queen Victoria cautiously, but the latter was still expressionless as always. He explained, among the Far East and African provinces of the Netherlands, Uganda is the only province where there are more black indigenous people than white members of parliament. It is also the province with the highest proportion of black indigenous people participating in politics, so the role of black indigenous people in the democratization of the Netherlands in Uganda, Rwanda and other regions is also the most prominent. If the democratization promoted by William IV here successfully breaks through and becomes a model, then the Kingdom of the Netherlands will truly become the most successful country in the world in integrating various ethnic groups, even better than the United States of America. Therefore, the provocation of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince actually hits the nail on the head. Disraeli hurriedly gave Crown Prince Edward a wink. Crown Prince Edward got Disraeli's look and immediately understood, yes, it was because of this that I chose to start in Uganda, Congo and Kenya in Africa. What's more, it is better to set up a battlefield in the Netherlands than in the real world. He secretly praised Edward's excuse. Seeing that Queen Victoria's face was slightly relieved, he immediately said, at this time in Uganda, Kenya and Congo, some white politicians who discriminate against black natives have made some absurd remarks, believing that they are ignorant, uneducated, and unworthy of participating in the constitutional drafting meeting agenda of provinces such as Uganda. Faced with such unreasonable remarks that are dissatisfied with the natives, many natives have developed a sense of distrust towards the Dutch and white people. At this time, we can sprinkle some salt on the wound of the Netherlands to make the wound bigger and heavier, which is actually very appropriate. Queen Victoria said at this time, anyway, William IV has helped the wound to stop bleeding and even scar, and there is no pus. This proves that your approach is not in place, or it is difficult to achieve the desired effect, so this plan is suspended. Prince Edward asked hurriedly, why? He knew that if he agreed to suspend the war, it would mean that he would not be able to attack the Netherlands where William IV was for a long time in the future, which would be very uncomfortable for him who was still holding back his resentment. Disraeli was silent. Because your sister, Princess Louise, is getting married in early October this year, and the person she is marrying is William IV's younger brother, the Crown Prince of Greece. Do you think that an obvious attack on the Netherlands at this time would be a good gift to Louise? Prince Edward, I have always believed that Louise would marry Prince Frederick, the younger brother of William IV, but you still insist on doing so. This is definitely not good for us to suppress the Netherlands. While they are not married yet, why not? Disraeli secretly cried out in dismay when he heard this, because he saw Queen Victoria's face turn from sunny to cloudy again. Shut up. Queen Victoria stared at Prince Edward with a fierce look and sneered, you can't arrange the marriage of my daughter. If you want to arrange it, you can have more children to arrange it. Also, from this moment on, you don't need to interfere in Britain's foreign affairs. Leave Buckingham Palace immediately and go to Edinburgh to stay away. Prince Edward's face changed drastically when he heard it. Disraeli hurriedly cast a look at Prince Edward, telling him not to make the Queen angry again. The latter finally gave up the idea of continuing to argue, opened his mouth, and finally left weakly. After the door was closed, Disraeli persuaded, Your Majesty, isn't this a bit harsh for the prince? Queen Victoria sighed, Look at William IV, who is only 1 year older than him, but is now making a turmoil in the world. Look at his appearance, and think about whether it is still harsh for me to do this now. How can you compare like this? However, Disraeli did not dare to say so. He could only smile bitterly and said, even if there is still a gap now, the Crown Prince should be given more opportunities to train. Okay, said Queen Victoria, hurry up and deal with the tale caused by Edward. I don't want the Anglo-Dutch relationship to still be revolving around the role of mortal rivals when Princess Louise gets married in October. Disraeli's eyes suddenly lit up. The Queen did not say reconciliation, but just that they were not mortal enemies. It seemed that the Queen was also dissatisfied with the Netherlands. That's right. No one would be happy if someone else snatched his daughter-in-law and beat his son so hard that he couldn't raise his head all day. Seeing this, he knew the Queen's thoughts and immediately said, yes. Queen Victoria asked, according to a Royal Intelligence Bureau, the Netherlands is currently catching up with the British Empire in terms of naval tonnage. The Dutch naval tonnage has become the focus of attention of all countries in the world. Since William IV stated that the scale of the Navy in the Far East is not inferior to that of the mainland, and in 1865 he stated that it had surpassed Spain and reached 180,000 tons, second only to the 230,000 tons publicly disclosed by the United Kingdom and the 190,000 tons of the French Empire, the world was shocked. You should know that the tonnage of the Netherlands was ranked 6th before, not only behind the top 3 naval powers of Britain, France, and Spain, but also after the Russian Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Behind them were Portugal, Italy, the United States, and Denmark, which were closely biting the Netherlands. At that time, it quietly surpassed Spain's 160,000 tons from 130,000 tons to 180,000 tons, which was a surprise to the world. Queen Victoria also had a deeper understanding with Viscount Palmerston at the time, and finally confirmed that the tonnage information of the Netherlands was indeed reliable. Since the Netherlands announced its tonnage of 180,000 tons in 1865, nearly 4 years have passed. Who knows how much progress the Netherlands has made? Queen Victoria sighed and said, the current situation of Britain is very unfavorable. No country, such as France and Tsarist Russia, believes in Britain, and Britain's former allies such as Italy and the Ottoman Empire have also begun to gradually alienate their relationship with Britain and want to establish themselves as kings. The navies of these countries are all developing vigorously. As far as I know, the orders for shipbuilding from British shipyards alone to various countries exceed 100,000 tons, not including orders from other major shipbuilding countries such as France and the Netherlands. If all of them are invested in the global sea, the naval power of the British Empire will be squeezed. The final result may be that Britain faces the disintegration of its maritime hegemony. At this time, Edward is still focusing on his personal grudges with William IV. This is definitely not a good thing for Britain. Disraeli admitted that this was true after hearing this. Crown Prince Edward's vision is indeed a little small, but William IV of the Netherlands is not an innocent person either. Disraeli said, the Netherlands is actually one of the driving forces behind the various difficulties that Britain is currently facing. Therefore, isn't the personal grudge of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince actually a kind of revenge from Britain? I think that when Britain faces the Netherlands, it cannot just focus on winning them over, but should also suppress them and assist them. For this reason, I agree that Her Majesty the Queen should ease relations with the Netherlands, but caution and warnings are still needed. Your Majesty, don't forget that the Dutch mainland is too small, so Europe is not a place for hegemony, but in the Indian Ocean, the Netherlands and Britain are the real confrontation place, and India is also known as the crown on the Queen's head. At present, the Netherlands has a tight deployment around the Indian Ocean, including Madagascar Island, northern Mozambique, Tanzania, and Kenya in the west, the Australian continent in the south, and the Dutch East Indies in the east. The Netherlands occupies these 3 sides, and only the north and the middle are in the hands of Britain. This is definitely a bold challenge to Britain's global hegemony plan. Chapter 548, Breaking Up the Orange Family of Nassau, British Empire, London, Buckingham Palace. Prime Minister Disraeli said, the Netherlands has completely occupied the advantage in the south of the Indian Ocean. The challenge to Britain's hegemony in the Indian Ocean is real. Therefore, I think the British Empire has to be on guard. So in this regard, the concerns of His Royal Highness Prince Edward are worthy of attention. Queen Victoria said unhappily, he is more worried about how to deal with William IV, his love rival. I don't understand what's so good about Alexandra. So many men are around her. Now it's been 5 or 6 years, and Edward hasn't forgotten her and is still jealous of her." Disraeli was embarrassed for a moment before saying, "It is said that Queen Alexandra is pregnant again for 2 months. She has been married to William IV for 6 years and has given birth to a prince and a princess. Now the third child has become the focus of the Dutch people. Queen Victoria, it is normal to get married and have children." Disraeli, "The strange thing is that William IV's trust in her has reached an extremely high level." Queen Victoria. Disraeli, "The International Women's League, which was founded and enjoyed world renown a few years ago, was directly managed by His Majesty William IV, who asked Alexandra to manage it directly. This caused a sensation around the world, and the strange thing is that Queen Alexandra managed it in an orderly manner. Women from all over the world even love this queen more than their own female celebrities." Taking a deep breath, Disraeli sighed to Queen Victoria, whose face turned a little dark. "Now in the British Empire, many women admire Queen Alexandra. It is said that even Queen Alice, the current Duchess of Argyll, is a follower of Queen Alexandra." He raised his head. It was rumored before that Princess Alice and Alexandra were both fans of William IV, and the two were jealous of each other for this. In the end, after Queen Alexandra won, Princess Alice still admired her so much. It can be seen how great the charm of Queen Alexandra is. I think this point is worthy of Her Majesty's attention. Queen Victoria was in a very bad mood after hearing this, but she did not refute it. Alice, the second daughter, was full of affection for William IV. She was optimistic about using Alice to form an Anglo-Dutch marriage with William IV, and even planned to use Alice to win over the Netherlands and become a British satellite star country in Western Europe with Belgium, where her uncle Leopold I was, to safeguard Britain's interests on the European continent. But things did not go as planned. In the end, the marriage did not succeed. William IV actually chose the daughter of Christian IX of the small country of Denmark. Such a choice was very puzzling even for her, who had always been smart. After that, the Netherlands began to form a triple alliance with France and Prussia, which greatly disappointed her. The colonial group formed by the three countries in Africa made Britain even more shocked, and even the voices of protest had to be lowered. Watching the colonies that Britain had originally favored were plundered by the three countries in a short period of time, it instantly led to the colonization of various European countries in Africa, which made her original plan for Britain to slowly erode it go down the drain. Facing the three countries, Britain finally chose to follow the trend, and Africa was divided up like this. Later, on the issue of South Africa, the three countries secretly supported the Boers, causing Britain to suffer heavy losses and lose face. Britain's maritime hegemony seemed to be unaffected, but in fact its influence declined a lot. In order to reduce losses and keep South Africa, Queen Victoria had to sell the Australian continent at a high price in exchange for the Boers' complete departure from South Africa in the lowest loss-making method, which successfully ended the challenge Britain faced in South Africa. Everyone knows that Britain is currently the most powerful country in the world, and she, the Queen, is the most powerful and influential king, which makes the world envious, but who knows that she is just a middle-aged widow, a daughter of her husband who died, and who has 7 or 8 children to maintain British rule with great difficulty. She doesn't want to intrigue every day, and just wants to play with her children and grandchildren, but it's not up to her. Thinking of her eldest son, Crown Prince Edward, who sets up a very potential strong enemy for a woman every day, she can't help but have a headache. For William IV of the Netherlands, she actually has a plan. After the original marriage alliance broke down, she thought of supporting the Netherlands to squeeze the strategic space of France and Prussia, which she supported before. Edward and even Disraeli would not know that she and former Prime Minister Viscount Palmerston had already made a plan. Britain supported the Netherlands to build a wall of Prussia and France in Western Europe. Many people thought that Britain was beaten back step by step because of its weakness some time ago. In fact, only the former leader of the Tory party and the current British Foreign Secretary Russell knew that this was actually her way of retreating to advance. Let the Netherlands become strong, so that the three-nation alliance between France and Prussia broke down, and Prussia and France had a gap in their hearts towards the Netherlands. It would be better if the three countries fought for the hegemony of Central and Western Europe. The role of the Netherlands and Belgium is the first protective fence for Britain to guard against France and Prussia. The planned France and Prussia are the second layer of the protective fence, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Italy are the third layer of the protective fence for Britain. Even if Greece, the Ottoman Empire, and the Persian Empire are counted, the Russian Empire, the largest power in Eurasia, is completely surrounded. In addition, Japan, which Britain is currently opening its doors to, is surrounded by the Russian Empire, the country with the most potential. However, she and Viscount Palmerston had made all kinds of calculations, but they did not expect that the Netherlands would develop so rapidly, challenging Britain's industrial and technological hegemony in terms of economy, becoming a strong rival to Britain in terms of scale, and competing for the international market in terms of arms sales. Arms sales have never been a single kind of transaction. It has also derived political and military dependence, deepening the reliance and dependence of the purchasing country on the selling country. With its high-quality weapons comparable to those of Britain, the Netherlands has actually led a large number of emerging powers and small and medium-sized countries to become dependent on the Netherlands. Small and medium-sized countries that are wary of major powers, such as Britain and France, have frequently expressed their desire to purchase weapons from the Netherlands, and the Netherlands has responded to their requests. In the early days, the Netherlands even made Argentina, Venezuela, Colombia, and Ecuador in South America form an alliance with it. After the French Empire reduced its support, and the Netherlands looked forward to developing the Australian continent and New Guinea Island, Peru and the southeastern Pacific also turned to the Netherlands, and almost half of South America formed an alliance with the Netherlands. During the American Civil War, ethnic groups within the United States struggled for power. The British, who originally had the largest population, chose to go to the south of the United States to establish the Confederate States of America. The Germans, who formed the second most populous German Confederation, became disgusted with the Prussians because Prussia launched an annexation of other countries outside the German Confederation except Austria. Other German immigrants in the German Confederation became wary of the ambitions of the Prussians. Finally, in the general election of the United States of America, it became a consensus to oppose the Prussians. Originally, the Third Irish would be the greatest common denominator, but Lincoln was assassinated, and Lincoln's cabinet government chose to get too close to Prussia because of its resistance to the Dutch, who were the majority of the big capital in the United States. In the end, in order to ease the relationship with the Dutch, the Irish could only support the Dutch, who ranked fourth in population. Immigrants to Sweden, Norway, Denmark and other countries also have a good impression of the Netherlands. In addition, under the Nordic alliance composed of the Netherlands, Denmark and Sweden in Europe, votes flowed to the Dutch. This constitutes the largest force in the Dutch-American political arena under the careful calculations of the big capitalists and these ethnic groups. If William IV were here, he might tell Queen Victoria that the Dutch he supported would be the result of various means used by the Jews in the United States in the future. In William IV's view, the current status of the Dutch is far from the end, but just the beginning. Queen Victoria was speechless when she thought of the situation in North America. Mr. Prime Minister, do you think it would be too abrupt for Britain and the Netherlands to ease relations at this time? Queen Victoria said, let's not talk about Alice for now, this is fate. And in fact, Alice marrying in the UK is also a good choice for the royal family. You know, I actually plan to let a princess marry in the UK to increase the localization of the royal family. Alice is too kind, and Louise is more suitable because she is enterprising enough. Enough? Disraeli suddenly realized that he also knew Alice. Her personality might not be effective in gaining the right to speak in foreign royal families after she married. Just like Queen Victoria's eldest daughter, Princess Victoria, who married into the Kingdom of Prussia and became the Crown Prince Frederick, was currently suppressed by Bismarck and William I in Prussia and could not move. Queen Victoria said, Crown Prince Frederick has been living under the shadow of Crown Prince William IV for many years. It is said that he has some opinions about William IV, but he is favored by William III. So when William III and Thorbecke did not get along, he resolutely took Prince Frederick to Luxembourg and prepared to become the Grand Duke of Luxembourg. Prince Frederick will inherit this title in the future. Disraeli nodded and said, then the vacancy in the Kingdom of Greece gave William II and William IV, father and son, an opportunity. William IV is said to want to bring Luxembourg under his control and increase his power, while William II wants to find a position for his youngest son to inherit. The two father and son actually reached an agreement to work together to fight for the position of King of Greece. Finally, after many operations by the two, they got what they wanted. Disraeli said to Queen Victoria, I have also heard about Princess Louise's strength and intelligence. It is the most obvious choice to have Princess Louise marrying in Greece. If we can win over Crown Prince Frederick, the future monarch of Greece who has opinions about William IV, it will also be a benefit to the British Empire. Queen Victoria shook her head. This is just one of them. Disraeli's eyes condensed and asked, does the Queen have any other ideas? Queen Victoria said ruthlessly, the Netherlands is too strong at present. Don't you think the Nassau Orange family is too strong? I think it's time to split up. Disraeli was surprised and nodded vigorously, saying, the Queen is right, but the family is a bit too much. Chapter 549, Fight Back, we support Indians in claiming rights. While countries around the world are discussing the struggle of black indigenous peoples in the Netherlands for greater power, two powerful figures in the Netherlands are also paying close attention to this and even giving advice on this. Dutch Prime Minister Thorbecke. Some Dutch indigenous black politicians have been elected to important positions in provincial councils or provincial governments. Many indigenous people work diligently and conscientiously in their posts, and gradually win the trust and praise of others. Although the number of indigenous peoples in the House of Representatives in various provinces and cities in the Netherlands is not small, the Senate is still controlled by white Dutch people, and the governors, senior positions, mayors and speakers of various provinces are all white people. It is not difficult to see that although Madagascar, Uganda and Congo are the provinces with the highest proportion of black indigenous people participating in politics, there is still a long way to go before the indigenous people can become the highest leaders of the province. William IV said, this also shows that in addition to the limitations of the black natives in the struggle for construction in the Netherlands, the natives do not have their own political party organizations, and they are also unable to form their own political parties. They can only follow the orders of the white Christians and liberals in the Netherlands. The indigenous rights struggle is still in the spontaneous stage at this time. The instigation of the British Empire is just a fuse. Even if it burns, it is only a small fire. Only one or two small-scale protests launched by leaders cannot fundamentally solve the problem. In addition, most of the natives in the Netherlands have just been transformed from slaves to free people. The indigenous blacks who lack political experience find it difficult to compete with the Dutch whites. Therefore, the natives want to have the same status as the whites in the Netherlands. Power is still a distant dream during this period. Thorbecke sneered, this British Crown Prince Edward wants to use this to attack His Majesty William IV, but he has chosen the wrong target. William IV also laughed, at present, the natives are weak all over the world. Crown Prince Edward may have forgotten that the British Empire is the world's largest indigenous slave. If the British Empire shows too much support for the natives, I would be very happy. Thorbecke asked, why? William IV said, the Netherlands will attack them with their own methods, and fight back against the indigenous people of the Indian subcontinent and Africa under their British Empire. It is said that the Indians in Canada have expressed their dissatisfaction with the increased power of the Indians in the United States of America. They just lack a fuse. Since Queen Victoria has not disciplined her future heirs, then it is very good. Instruct our people in the Alaska Peninsula to contact the Indians in Canada, let those Indians get into trouble, and let Britain join in the fun. Prime Minister Thorbecke naturally nodded in approval. On April 23, 1869, when the world was paying attention to the indigenous people in Uganda, Congo and Kenya, the African territories of the Netherlands, who were protesting against the riots and fighting for power, King William IV of the Netherlands personally signed a resolution that was passed by the Prime Minister and the Parliament. Amsterdam required all places to implement the draft of the Election Fairness Act. In the 20 overseas provinces, the seats of indigenous members of Parliament must be guaranteed to count for 25% of the seats. This legislation of the Netherlands immediately made the eyes of the indigenous peoples around the world light up, and then they all turned their attention to their colonial masters. And these colonial masters who originally wanted to watch the excitement suddenly became like enemies, and began to be wary of the colonial indigenous peoples who were making trouble and claiming rights. First of all, there are the British Canadian Indians, whose number exceeds 500,000, and the British in Canada are also between 500,000, but the British occupy all the important positions in this overseas territory, including the so-called Parliament, where all the members are white. This has long made the Indians dissatisfied, but in the past, the indigenous peoples of the world have been calm, and the human psychology is that everyone is uncomfortable and everyone lives, but if someone lives better than themselves under equal status, then of course they have to fight for the same treatment. Not to mention that the Dutch indigenous people actually got a quarter of the seats in Parliament for the first time. Although this is not a proportion of the corresponding proportion according to the number of people, it is enough to have their own voice in the Dutch Parliament, and it is still a quarter in one step. On the other hand, Canada under British rule was nominally not a colony but an overseas territory, but the Indians had no power at all. Not only did they not have any positions in the government, but they also had no place in the Parliament. In contrast, did Britain still have the nerve to intervene in the struggle for indigenous power in the Netherlands? The Indians used this to threaten the British government. Would the British government be forced to make concessions? So with this in mind, Canadian Indians took hoes and sticks to the streets of Quebec and Toronto, forming a beautiful landscape. On April 25, 1869, the news that instantly spread around the world included Indians asking the British government to give Indians more power. Even the Indians pointed out by name that their inspiration came from the British government's support for the rights of the Dutch indigenous people, so they trusted the British government and believed that they could help them give up some of the rights they deserved in Canada, where white power was fully covered. However, many white people in London showed an unwilling attitude. It was even heard that the Tory Conservative Governor-General of Canada, Charles Stanley Monck, made it clear that he did not support the British government giving the Indians too much power. He said, "We think that the Indians have enough power now, and there is no need to give them more power, because this will have a counteracting effect on the legitimate rule of Britain here, so our attitude is against it." Many people in London supported Charles Stanley Monck's statement, most of whom were conservative Tories. However, before London could wait for the Tory Disraeli cabinet to come up with a result, some people had already added fuel to the flames, which made things more and more muddy. Johnson Andrew, the President of the United States of America, made a special trip from Washington to visit British Columbia, a new state in the United States, where he was warmly welcomed. He sang and danced with the local Indian leaders and made a clear promise that his Republican cabinet government would pay attention to the future welfare of the Indians and strive to give them more power. We support the Indians' approach because in the United States, Indians have become an important part of the United States Congress. In British Columbia, a new state that was only added to the United States a few years ago, there is also an Indian senator and several Indian representatives. American Indians and Canadian Indians are one family. We support equality. We call on the British Disraeli government to try to delegate power. Chapter 550, The Abandoned Governor-General of Canada. American President Andrew Johnson's public call for the British government to give Canadian Indians more power has drawn criticism from the British government. When Disraeli was questioned by the London Times, the Times, the Financial Times, the Guardian, and the influential European Times, the Australian Times, the Figaro, the Crown, the New York Times, etc. at 10 Downing Street, he pointed out that the British Empire will not lack attention when treating its own citizens, and in this regard, the United States of America is the country that needs attention. Britain will not let the power of the Canadian Indians go, but there is a prerequisite, that is, to guarantee loyalty to Britain and the Queen. In response, when William IV was asked about this in Amsterdam, the capital of the Netherlands, he laughed and said, "Does asking for rights require a prerequisite?" And it is still the empty topic of loyalty. I think British Prime Minister Disraeli is too empty and makes people feel that he is not sincere, because he wants the loyalty of the Indians, but loyalty is something that cannot be seen or touched and is difficult to measure. Isn't this embarrassing for the Canadian Indians? Perhaps, in the eyes of Prime Minister Disraeli, whether the Indians are loyal or not, and even whether they meet their requirements, is up to their British government. Who knows whether the standard is just a matter of their thoughts? With the entry into the War of William IV of the Netherlands, the international community suddenly realized that the rights claim of the British Canadian Indians was not that simple. On April 25, 1869, during a parade of 2,000 native Indians in the British overseas territories of Skagway, Whitehorse and Dawson, Canada, near the Alaska Peninsula, they were dissatisfied with the bad attitude of the Disraeli government and the Governor-General of Canada, Charles Stanley Monck. The native Indians attacked the local British town government, which eventually led to a large number of British soldiers suppressing the rebellion, and the casualties exceeded those of the white people. In order to avoid a search by British officers, many native Indians even hid in the nearby Alexander Islands, where the capital of the Dutch province of Alaska, Juneau, is located. For this reason, the British Canadian Governor-General's office protested against this. Governor-General Charles Stanley Monck made a stern statement in Ottawa, the capital of Canada, We are very dissatisfied with the Dutch Alaska province's collection of these criminal Indians. We demand that the Dutch government hand over these suspects for punishment. We also need the Dutch Alaska government to apologize for this. Otherwise, the Netherlands needs to be prepared to bear the consequences of the deterioration of relations between the two countries. In response, the Alaska provincial government said that it did not want to see the Indians being sent back to Canada to be abused. For this reason, the Alaska government will provide an exile immigration policy. The Alaska Peninsula is willing to accept those who cannot survive in Canada. Our Kingdom of the Netherlands is a democratic and universal human rights country, so we are serious about giving rights to the Indigenous people. If the Canadian government is unwilling to give the Indians the rights they should have, and even thinks that this is an over-border claim, I'm sorry, those who feel abandoned can come to the Netherlands to live, and our great Netherlands is willing to accept you. The Canadian government was very dissatisfied with this, but it was somewhat helpless. In the end, it had to submit the dispute to the British London government. For this reason, the Disraeli government had a headache. Having just defeated the Netherlands in Africa, the Netherlands is now counterattacking in Canada, North America, and it is so fast and so fierce, which makes Disraeli feel pressured. If it is not handled properly, it may trigger a domino effect, and other British colonies and territories will follow suit, which will cause great damage to London's power. However, if the demands of the Canadian Indians are not met, the Indians will not easily compromise and give up. This is exactly where the Disraeli government is in a dilemma. If it were in the past, other countries would use violent colonization, and they could just mobilize tens of thousands of troops to deal with it with firepower. But now the whole world is watching. If Britain does this, it will damage Britain's reputation. What's more, the most hateful thing is that the Dutch Alaska government actually openly beckons the Canadian Indians, intending to attract these people to immigrate to Alaska. At the same time, it also proposed the migration to other colonial natives who are dissatisfied with British rule. This is bound to make the natives in the British colonies have strange ideas. After having second thoughts, Disraeli does not think that these natives will stay quiet. Just when Disraeli was preparing how to respond to the matter at the British national level, a piece of news came, which made Disraeli's face change drastically. After the news came out, it caused 1,000 waves, the Indians became more powerful, and Britain was suddenly caught in a dilemma. It turned out that on April 27, 1869, the Swedish government stood up to support the treatment of ethnic minorities by the Netherlands and the United States of America. It was reported in Stockholm that the Swedish parliament would also carry out the Aboriginal Rights Enhancement Bill in the 3 places of the mainland and the African overseas territories of Togo and Burkina Faso, giving more livelihood rights to local ethnic minorities and African indigenous peoples. King Carl XVI of Sweden stated, although the Kingdom of Sweden is located at the northernmost tip of Northern Europe and has a tight food supply, the resolute Swedes will not exploit any human beings on a large scale. We hope to coexist peacefully with ethnic minorities and the indigenous people of Sweden's overseas territories in Africa. We hope to build a strong Swedish United Kingdom with them. We will treat them in the same way as we treat Norway under the Swedish United Kingdom, with kindness and friendship. This statement from Sweden put more pressure on the Disraeli government, because Disraeli felt that things seemed to be out of control. Sure enough, when Disraeli was reporting his concerns to Queen Victoria, bad news for Britain came from the international community. Christian IX of the Kingdom of Denmark also announced in Copenhagen that the Danish parliament would propose to follow the example of the Netherlands and Sweden in enacting legislation to protect the rights of indigenous peoples in the overseas territories of Iceland and Sierra Leone in Africa, and Denmark would not aggravate the internal disharmony of Denmark at the expense of indigenous interests. The king further expressed that he did not want the indigenous peoples around the world to be treated unfairly. Denmark called on the British Empire, as the most powerful country in the world, to act like a great power and give the Indians the most basic protection. I heard that the indigenous people there were taken to Ottawa or Quebec to work for the British for free. They only had 1 meal a day, and they were half full. It is said that many people died. I don't know how to answer this horrifying news, but whether the news is accurate or not, I think the British government should pay attention to it, because it is not good news for the British Empire. When asked what he meant, Christian IX said seriously, because it is a blow to Britain's global reputation. Prime Minister Disraeli, who was reporting to Queen Victoria at Buckingham Palace, also heard the news just provided by the butler of Buckingham Palace, and his face was immediately embarrassed. The 50-year-old Queen Victoria began to become obese slowly, and perhaps in a few years, she would be bloated. However, this did not affect her as the most powerful monarch in the world, and Disraeli never dared to underestimate her. Disraeli said cautiously, "Your Majesty, this wave of counterattack by the Netherlands seems to be a bit fierce." Queen Victoria said, "Only you are allowed to attack, but others are not allowed to counterattack." Disraeli smiled bitterly when he heard this, and thought to himself, "This is not what your son did." Although he thought so, he did not dare to say it out loud. Disraeli smiled bitterly and said, "Now the counterattack by the Netherlands has given the Indians in Canada an opportunity. Obviously, the Andrew government of the United States of America has also got involved this time. The Alaska Peninsula of the Netherlands and the United States of America in southern Canada are attacking from both sides, which has put pressure on our local government governance in Canada. This will be very dangerous. If we are not careful, it may trigger a large-scale war between the Governor-General's Office of Canada and the Indian natives, and finally let the Netherlands and the United States of America benefit." After listening to Disraeli's words, Queen Victoria changed the subject and said, "The current Governor-General of Canada, Charles Stanley Monck, seems to be one of your Tories." Disraeli was worried when he heard this, because from Queen Victoria's expression, it seemed that someone was going to be unlucky, and now she even mentioned Charles Stanley Monck directly. If he was right, the Queen should be preparing to take action against Charles Stanley Monck, the Governor-General of Canada. Thinking of this, he was shocked, and when he looked up at Queen Victoria, he was full of fear. Queen Victoria seemed to have expected that the other party would guess some of her thoughts, and said coldly, "Politics is so ruthless. Since you can't control your own little piece of land, how can you have the face to stay in such a prominent, dangerous position? Be prepared. Canada's geographical location is too important to the British mainland, and it cannot be lost. Kingdom of the Netherlands, Amsterdam, Dutch Royal Palace." William IV welcomed an extremely important guest today, so much so that he chose to take care of Queen Alexandra's pregnancy test, which had just started when she was pregnant with her third child. It was just because this guest was too important to William IV and the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I never thought that His Majesty William IV, who had caused the British Empire to suffer many setbacks, actually treated his wife with sincerity and love, as the legend said. If all men in the world were like His Majesty, then love would be reinterpreted. Haha, if the love words of His Majesty Bismarck, the iron-blooded Prime Minister of Europe, were made public, I believe the whole of Europe would immediately fall silent. When introducing His Majesty, in addition to Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, the term love expert should also be added. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.